stream. It's been a long time since I had a camera on my face. About a month, I want to say. So I've been to the Bahamas, had a great trip there. Then I came back home, celebrated Christmas with my friends and family, and going to get back into working. Today is going to be a little bit different. We're going to hop into Vision and we're going to practice our ranges a little bit. I haven't been playing much 6 max, and especially not 6 max without an NT in the middle. So I'm going to do a quick refresh on my ranges. Let's see if I can log in to run it once. After that, I'm going to play some Rush and Cash on GG Poker. I would prefer to play on Coin Poker, of course, but they don't have Rush and Cash or something similar yet. Let me see, Vision. Okay, we want to practice 6 max. I'm going to take as many questions as possible today. Depending on how many people tune in, I'll keep streaming till. I don't want to make any promises that I can't keep, but I can stream for a while actually today. I don't have much planned. 12 o'clock I will be celebrating New Year's with some friends. Daniel Nat Negrano and a couple of others. Please let me know if the mic is working fine. If the music is not too loud, I will input. Okay. Streak. Okay. So here we have Vision. Let's see what is the best way to do it. Let's put the chat over here. Okay, so this is a way, not the best way, but a way to practice your pre-flop. You go into Vision, you select Streak, and then you start opening. You press a button. I make a mistake there, so we're playing 31% roughly from the cutoff. I became very used to playing with ante, so I'm probably opening slightly too wide. Just gonna click a couple. Somebody's limping. We check back. 44.5%. People usually don't raise enough against limp, so you can limp more. I'm gonna see if everything is working. I think we're live at the moment. Not sure how many people are interested to see a poker stream on the 31st of December, but we'll find out soon enough. So we're gonna work on our pre-flop for, I don't know, let's say 15 minutes or something. I'm going to teach you a couple of the concepts that are very important. People think you have to play exactly the right ranges, but I think it's more important that you get the right reads on your opponent, have a rough idea of what hands you should be playing, and then deviate from that based on what your opponents are doing, especially mid stakes. There's so much room for There's so much room for. Wait, Martin Dam is saying year graph or riot. The year graph is coming. It's a very sick one. I'm not gonna tell you guys the number, but I'm gonna collect the data. I'm gonna write out a nice post thanking everyone that helped me become a better poker player this year. But surely keep an eye out on Twitter. I'm going to post it there hopefully tomorrow, if not the day after. Should be one of the biggest winning years out of anyone online. It surely was my biggest winning year, so that's great. Georgie Yodanov saying, you're the man, bro. Thanks for tuning in. I know is saying, isn't today the best day to party and get drunk? Why are you playing poker? Well, it's 3 o'clock here, so plenty of time left to get drunk. GTO Fish is tuning in saying, my man, everything setting is perfect. Is this live? Ragnar, you're asking the question and we are bringing it to you live. Georgie is saying, do you plan on playing the WSOP? Which WSOP are you talking about, sir? We have to be more specific. I think they have a couple of events. Let me know if if it's easy to find me on Twitch. I think people are having some troubles, potentially because my Twitch skills are not on point. Okay, I'm going to continue wrapping a couple of hands. So under the gun, we've seen 18%. It's always nice to get familiar with the percentages that we're playing. This hand is only an open if it's double suited. I'm going to be too wide for sure. That's a surprising raise. This is a fold. Okay, we start out with making a mistake almost every hand. That's a great start. This one I know should be a raise. 47% from the button. So this is 100 big blinds deep. We're gonna switch over to 50 big blinds deep in a minute or 7. Checking. So we're gonna see what the differences are whenever the stack sizes change. I can give you a very easy to use rule, and that is the deeper stacked you are, the more important position becomes. So the shallower you get being in position doesn't mean much, so you are quite tight actually, for instance when you're 20 big blinds deep on the button. But once you get super deep stacked, which we probably will be at some point today, playing rush and cash, that's a surprising fold. Okay, mid position, so this should be 22.9%, okay. Always nice to see the broad percentages. Easy fold. So to reiterate, 18, 22.9, and this one was 30 something, 30.9 I think. Here we're raising 44% roughly, this one not part of it. Easy fold under the gun. Okay, and this is a raise. Celebrating New Year's Eve with Daniel Negreanu, lol, that's some baller shit. Oh yeah, Daniel not Negreanu, but excited. Why do you not play on GG Poker? They eliminated high stakes, so there's not a reason for me to play on GG Poker anymore, but the rush and cash will be on GG Poker. The rush and cash will be on GG Poker. Question from Wesley. Andre is saying, hello everyone. So I'm a bit too passive here. I can raise more apparently. Yeah, why not raise this one? This one might be close. So we go for the check. So now we'll see the percentage, 30.9. Okay, so fault probably. Okay, we have a rough idea now of how we should open. That's just opening, of course, not how we act against an open or anything along those lines. Now we're gonna switch to 50 big blinds deep. Raise first in, all. Then we'll switch to 200 big blinds deep. And then we'll start playing for a bit. So in the blinds, there's huge differences in how we play. We attack the limp a little bit less. If we get limp raised, it's disastrous for a couple of hands, so we stop raising them against the limp. Ace is always a very easy one. Let's see if we can build a little streak. Higher cards become more important the shallower we get. Hopefully today I can give everyone a blueprint of how to beat 200 rush and cash. A free coaching video from the Vinny Vidi. Okay. We should be more aggressive from... Okay, so this is a hand that I wouldn't open, 50 big blinds deep. Folding this one. The 4 deuce is very bad for our hand. Wheel cards in general, not something we want to... why not raise? We've been too passive from the small blind. Very premium. So you see those percentages. Very, very tight. If you want to become very good pre-flop, it's better to practice in Monker. Here, they don't quantify your mistakes, so whenever you make a mistake, you don't see how big it is, and it's a very helpful tool in Monker Solver to see which hands you should be raising, should not be raising, and how big your mistake is. So if your mistake is very big, it's something you really want to put a lot of time and effort in. Here you just see if it's correct or incorrect. Let's do some questions. Man of Fire saying, don't drink alcohol and you'll have a bigger chances to become someone like Vinny Vidi. Good game, man, sick year. Well, it's not necessarily because I wasn't drinking, but I definitely was drinking way less than usual. It really helps, it's a superpower. I have an interesting relationship with alcohol. For me, whenever I do start drinking, it's hard for me not to drink a lot, so decided just to not drink on a lot of occasions. But yeah, obviously Christmas is a very challenging time not to drink, so I did 200k this year, started at PLO 100, moved up mid-stakes, very lucky year, feels tough to talk about to most people, so I'll post it on the internet in the chat box. Dan Dow Poker, what an amazing year you had, 200k, moving up from PLO 100. That's super cool. If you want, you can reach out to me on Twitter, maybe send me a DM, and I might be able to help you with your next step. Sounds very promising. What stakes are mid stakes for you? Wish you a nice 2025 from Oliver Dank. We're gonna play some 200 PLO today. I consider 200 PLO mid stakes. Why is that small blind versus big blind solver 3-bet hands like ace, queen, jack 4 with bad suits, but only calls the same hands with nut suits? So the deeper you are, the more important it is that you have strong hands that you're drawing to, or at least that's my interpretation of what the solver is saying. So whenever you open 3-bet, the SPR is quite low, and having a jack high flush draw is stronger than it would be at a lower SPR. So that's the reason I think the solver is doing that, because the hands are roughly the same strength. It doesn't really matter much, and I think the solver wants more playable hands at a higher SPR. Try to get fold equity pre-flop with the rougher hands, but maybe it doesn't work this way in real life. Yeah. I think in general the solver wants to play the super playable version of a hand. So it would maybe flat call Jack 10, 8, 9 double suited, and then 3-bet Jack 10, 9, 7 or something. That's a general quote, maybe not exactly those combos, but in general. L Walker is saying Happy New Year. Quijet is in the chat. Yeah, but usually in PLO 3-bets are super linear. Not really, that's only when we play short stack. Blind versus blind is a special spot. Yeah, it's something I'm not super good at. I guess it's not super important because usually a hand is opened. So whenever you're playing in small blind, you usually face a bet, but I should work on it a little bit. People play it bad, yeah, very bad. But maybe range getting too strong when having so many hands. Vision. I don't have comments. Crypto G, let's fucking go. If you play Rush 200 exclusively, how much can we expect to make at the end of the month? I'll do a financial breakdown of what we could potentially achieve. Do you have a referral code for Vision? I do not have a referral code for Vision. It's just what I use. I'm not sponsored by them. It's a convenient way to practice a lot of ranges and sims. If you really want to become very good at poker, so Vision would be great if you play 200 PLO, but if you really want to become good, you have to do your own sims in Mongo Solver. Do you play Hold'em or just PLO? It's PLO only here. What do you think of Kakiti skill? Very creative player. A bit punty at times, but yeah, no, I enjoy playing against him. It's nice to play against him than somebody who's super tight and slightly under bluffing. How much did you make this year, Vinny? I'm going to make a end of the year post on Twitter, posting all my graphs. It's been a super crazy year, a record-breaking year, but you guys will see it soon. Let's win big, Crypto G, and Chris is saying good luck today. So we're heading over to the 200 big blinds. Wait, no, first I will check the ranges. So we're folding here, it's at 19.1%. It seems a bit tight, but King 3 deuce, 24.1%. As you can see, we're opening tighter. Yeah, I'm checking, should be raising. Easy folds. Let's see the button. So 19. Raising. Easy raise. We check it back. So on the button, this hand should be fold. Only opening 34.5%. So you can see huge differences. So the main thing is, whenever we're opening 50 big blinds deep, and we get 3-bet, being in positions is not really an advantage anymore. So opening 100 big blinds, we open our opponent 3-bets. We still have a lot to play for. So the shallower you get, the more tight you play in position, and the deeper you get, the more wild you can play in position. Wow, if this hand is a fold, I'm not gonna do that, but so as stated before, if you want to become very good pre-flop, you have to work with Mongo Solver, not a publicly available piece of software. To pot this hand. So for me, it's more important to see the differences in the percentages that we open from different positions than to pinpoint the exact hand that we're opening from a certain position. We want to learn a couple of rules attached to stack size. And this is all very, very quick. One day we'll take a deeper dive. We should play this hand. In the small blind, deuce is very bad. It looks pretty when it's double suited, but we're raising that hand. Okay, messed up something. Let's see. Yeah, fixed it again. Okay, so we know the percentages. Now we move over to 200 big blinds to see the differences there, and then we'll hop into a session. Mick is saying, how do you beat 15 to 18 big blinds per 100 hands rake in a 200 Russian cash? I don't think it's that bad, but maybe someone in the chat can tell me. So how bad is the rake on GG Poker in Russian cash? I would think it's something like 12, 13, 14 or something along those lines. You get some rake back, so you end up with 8 or 9 big blinds rake effectively, which is beatable, but it's very steep. So I would always advise anyone who wants to make poker to find a network that doesn't rake too hard. For instance, coin poker should be a good place to start. Okay, we're moving over to 200 big blinds. Okay, fold under the gun, let's see, 15.6. Okay, sometimes I'm not entirely sure about the ranges here. This should be 58 or something, 51. Seems very low. I think we can open more there actually. 20.5. Yeah, we're opening slightly more, but I think we can go way wider than suggested here. I'll do a session with my Monka ranges. I think it's nice and people can learn from it. Should be better than well, I think these ranges are not exactly right, but close to what it should be, which is good enough. 30% from the cutoff, which is a big change. Mid position 20.5, so that's what we're going to aim for. I always underestimate the rainbow variety, but that's top 20. Raising is fine. Raise this one. My ranges are not great, to be honest. I'm very used to anti ranges where I would open this hand. Potting. This is close. 15.6 under the gun. That I don't know, it seems off, but fold this one. Yeah, we fold 57. We don't want to play out of position, super deep stacked. That's one of the reasons. And then 50 big blinds, we can actually go quite wide. We can call and pot here probably. Raise against the limp. This is a fold. Then this is probably fold as well. Super premium. Folding here with the wheel cards. I'd be raising this hand, but same for this one. Okay, so we have a general ID. I guess we don't want to play too much under the gun and under the gun +1 because people will abuse us in position. I don't think people play very well in general 200 big blinds deep. They tend to focus all of their study on either 100 big blinds or 40 big blinds, because those are the most common stacks. Okay, calling this one. I will take some questions. Quick little toilet break and then I'll start playing. GTO Fish is saying, can I reach out to you? Had a successful year playing 200 PLO, looking to move up to higher stakes. Are you interested in working with such players in any shape or form? Well, I just told, what's his name again? Dan Dow Poker, I'm gonna note his hand down, that he should be reaching out to me. He had a very promising year. If you are stuck at 200 PLO for a long time, it's less interesting for me to work with you, but you can reach out on Twitter, send your graphs, and I can see if you can work something out. And poker. So feel free to send over your year graph, no selecting hands, just send over the whole thing. Let's see, let's do some questions. Let's win big, good luck today, happy new year. Have fun from Redux, not your property, nobody can predict the flop, bro, true. Lenny Maroni, Vinny, would you consider playing Galfond a second time? Not super interested at the moment, but maybe at the end of next year. Really bad 14. Not sure what you're saying. What's your plan for the next year? Play less poker. Compete with the heads up guys next year. So I will be playing a lot of heads up, I think, and I'm gonna donate 20% of my online winnings, or at least that's the idea. This user UI is pretty bad, not gonna lie. Okay, thanks for try to send a message. I'll say hello again in a day or two. Good luck today. From Dan. What's your name on Twitter, Dan? I will see if I received it. Just drop your name in the chat and I'll be able to add you. Okay. Poker. How long would you say one has to hunker down for become able to beat high stakes PLO tournaments live online? Actually not that long, because it's so much more easy to study nowadays that if you start now, it's the best time to start playing poker if you look at the perspective of learning as much as possible in the least amount of time. So it's becoming more competitive because everyone has access to these materials, but if you do study hard, then you can become a lot better in a very quick manner. Not like back in the day where you were just guessing and there were no solvers around. Okay, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break and I'll be back and we're gonna play some Rush and Cash. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I guess it's time. I'm having some slight stomach issues, but it's not gonna stop me, huh? Okay. We're going to fire up 2 tables. Let's see how we can do that. Table number 1. Oh, something special is happening. Start off with a cash drop. These will be the tables. Chat to this side. Getting better. Folding here, folding here. Put it on money. People seem to enjoy that more. Does the software have solutions for 5-card tournaments or rake-free 5-card solutions? I'm not sure. You'll have to check. We're going to limp the jacks. He's got the auto check on, so I think he always folds when I bet. Gonna check that out. Pre-flop, I will be a little bit lost at times. Igor is saying you can open more hands under the gun against solvers, and I completely agree. But you can go wider against humans. Usually they are pretty bad. Deep stacked, not pretty bad, but they don't know what they should be changing. Daniel Dow. Daniel D. Okay. That's a tough name to type while I'm playing. Daniel D. 541. 3, 8, 8, 7, 8. Folding. Out of position, we check a lot. And here we check fold because we have nothing. Check your settings to change the stakes, then ranges will probably be different. That's true. The lower we play, the more rake we have, so thanks for letting me know. So I'm going to play the ranges that I should be playing if rake was not much of a thing. So it's a bit wider than I should be playing on 200 PLO. Ale is asking, Vinny, you don't drink? Yes, I do drink. Actually, when I do drink, I drink a lot usually, so it's really is costing me a night and the day after usually, so I try to pick my moments. We're going to 3-bet against an under the gun open. I think not drinking is probably one of the biggest superpowers you can have. fold, I think, against the early open. Just gives you so many times, and all the goals that I had this year, at some point I started thinking about how much time drinking is costing me, and all the goals I had for this year I would easily achieve, like easily, if I wouldn't drink. So I just decided to limit my big nights to 10 or 15 big nights instead of 30 or 40. Rooftop inquiry, 200 NL with auto check on. Not sure what do you mean, sir? Can you elaborate? Folding here. Wow, this goes so quick, huh? It's exciting, but it's also very dangerous. And then here hands, I mean, this is not a great hand to do it with, but whenever you see a tighter player, especially in the big blind, but also in the small blind, now we're getting punished for being too wide. You can start opening more hands. I mean, that wasn't a great example, but just in general. Okay, number one rule at 200 PLO: fold when they bet and bet when they check. This is a rule that can take you very far, and sometimes you just have to experiment. So sometimes you just have to keep on betting whenever they're checking. That's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna experiment a lot. I'm gonna show you the experience that I had at mid stakes. So 10-20, for instance, still the same kind of rules apply. People don't have enough bluffs, so they put too much value in their bet range. They're not tricky enough, they're not trappy enough. They don't know which complete air hands they have to change into a bluff. So in general, staying away from betting ranges. I'm not saying overfold against it, but staying away from them if possible. So fold your bluff catchers against lines where people underbluff, and then go a little bit crazy against it's not open, but we're gonna try it with two tight players in the blinds. First we're gonna build up a little database of information. Then we're going to throw in a couple of exploits. The Stallion is in the chat saying that I do drink. Well, many of my drinking days have been together with the Stallion Victor. It's very borderline, this hand. Flat calling, super tempting here, but usually when people size this big on the board like this, they're not folding, but definitely not always pushing your hand, because you don't want your opponent to you want to allow your opponent to bluff on the turn and to protect your calling range. So sets are great hands to slow play in a spot like that. This hand is very bad three-way. Happy New Year, people, from the Stallion, our biggest donator of the stream on Twitch. That is Victor the Stallion. He'll be on stream next year, a couple of times hopefully. It depends on if he feels like it and if he's not earning too much money. Completing here with the 9-9-5-3. Not a great hand, but the 9 is pretty good. And also these low cards are not great, but they most likely have high cards. So is asking, would you consider yourself alcoholic? I would consider myself being in a toxic relationship with alcohol, for sure. There's many periods this year where I didn't drink for months on end, so I don't think that's possible when you're alcoholic, but whenever I do drink, I oftentimes drink too much. Didn't know it was going to turn into a psychology session. But you guys can ask whatever you want to ask. So here we're going to 3-bet. We're deep stacked, we have position, we can call a 4-bet. Yeah, this it's actually a hand that might be a check, but we're just gonna see bet as we all have all the aces and he has not none of them, but a lot of them. We're blocking the 8 now. It's gonna be a punty afternoon. We still have plenty of rundowns and stuff, so we're at the bottom of our range, so why not go ahead and throw in a little bluff. Okay, open and a call. I think we always squeeze this hand. There's more money to be won. Against a single opener, we might consider flat calling at times. Then here, I think we just want to bet quarter pot or something. On the 4th spade, it becomes very tough to wrap the flush. So we're going to check and see. We don't have much showdown value at all. We have a note on this guy, sticky. Well, he's got the sticky note, so we'll give it to him 2 pair or something. Yeah. Can't win them all. Sometimes we'll bluff there. Not always. Not always. I drink about 4 times a year. 2025 looks good for me. Vinny, do you know who Dirk Diggler is? It feels like a setup. I've heard the name, but not too sure. Not lucky. Rip. How much fun did you had with me this year when we did drink? Yes, a lot of fun. That's the messed up part. Like a lot of great moments in my life were alcohol infused. No whiffed sub from me. Not sure what you're talking about, sir. Okay. Where is the coin poker? No, I mean, they don't have Russian cash on coin poker, so it's hard to stream when there's no action. So I'm playing on GG Poker now, but I would love to play a similar format on coin poker. And I think at some point it's coming, but now they don't have the liquidity to do it. Okay, a couple of bad hands. Okay. Do you believe in collecting good karma, donating to charities in return for good luck? I mean, I wouldn't call it... now we have this guy again. It's a bit loose, this hand, but we're super deep. I'm going to lead here. We have the ace of spades, so we're blocking a lot of his c-bets. And now we're 3-betting, he's 4-betting. He most likely has aces. Here we're just gonna continue. It's super tough with ace of spades. I'm just gonna check, I think. Flop top pair here. Snap pots, we get it in. Let's see what he has. Ace king 10-4 double suited. We run it once, baby. Here we check call. I'm gonna check call again. Okay, let's manage to get an extra bet. I mean, let's try not to be too results oriented. We split the pot on the left. Playing some big pots already. Playing some big pots already. Have you ever had a chat with GG Corporate, for example, telling them that their site would flourish if they lower the rake by 75% or so? I don't think that's the case. I think from a business point of view, they're doing a super great job. And it's only the professional poker players that don't agree with their way of doing business. At some point it might backfire when another competitor comes into the market and is able to give a similar experience to GG Poker, but they basically have... this is tough as well. It's kind of hard for him to have full house, but I can still have it. King, king. Maybe a flat call. Get some nice value from the 9. I know, I didn't finish my question about the charities. It's not necessarily that I believe in karma, I just think that whenever you do nice things to other people, people will see it, pick up on it, and try to do the same thing for you. So I guess it's a little bit less deep than karma, but I do wholeheartedly believe that that it works like that. We might win this one, yeah. Are you still not invited to the exclusive games on GG Poker? I'm not, but maybe next year. I have to change a couple of things. I have to relocate my account. And after that I can start considering it. This is a loose spiel, but we're here to give some action. Going to raise his hand. People fold way too much in the big blind. That's rush and cash, so you can quote unquote bluff open more. Also when the stacks get shallower, I like to open smaller. So we can open a little bit smaller here. We could stab here sometimes, not this time. As I said, out of position, checking a lot. Obviously this is a hand where if our opponent decides to stab, we're going to play for the whole thing. Okay, I think it's time now to start bluffing. Could check again to check raise, but I think people in general are a little bit too passive. Here we're gonna continue with our bluff. I don't think they played our 9 like this too much, so we're gonna struggle finding hands to call with. Okay, 9 deuce, no raise. Should have made a note, you have to be quick and rush or cash. What do you think about short stacking PLO? I think in high rake environments, just random bluff. Could do on a river as well. We bet small on these kind of boards. I think it's a very bad idea in a high rake environment like GG Poker. So you automatically have a decent win rate when you short stack. So when you're the short stack and there's a lot of deep stacks at the table, it's very favorable to be the short stack. I just think that the biggest win rates are achieved by playing deep stacked against players that are not very equipped. So it's better to play deep stacked in high rake environments. So you'll achieve a nice win rate playing short stack, like maybe 6 or 7, but then the rake is too high, so it's not a great way to beat the rake. But maybe on networks where rake is not as much as a thing as it is on GG Poker, you can do it. It's kind of close. We have some outs. Also very hard for him to have a hand, to not have a hand. Should be a call, but I'm going to fold. I'm checking the card not to see if I would hit my hand, but to see if there's a river that blocks the hand that he's representing. It's free information. So on these boards with no flush draws, we often use the pot size bet. Is it the taste or the feeling of being completely drunk you're chasing? Thanks for your honesty, you don't have to answer. Not really, to be honest. I enjoy it way more where I have an evening where I'm tipsy than when I'm drunk. And also like the feeling that friends describe to me that have problems with alcohol, about thinking about your next drink whenever you're having a drink in your hand, is not really something that applies to me. I just get more and more reckless the more I drink. And some people, they feel, at some point they feel like, oh, okay, I had enough now, and I don't really get that sign from my body, so. Going to check, or we're going to call here instead of 3-betting. I guess both are options. If he checks again, we're going to apply some pressure. Betting 1/3, which we could do with a lot of 2 pairs. And then he's kind of saying, I don't have ace deuce. So we continue betting for a bigger size. Hoping for a hero call. And you can be like, but this size is so big, now he's gonna fold everything. That's fine. So we can bluff more. I guess that's one of the biggest mistakes made on mid stakes, where people try to size to get called by a hand, but then whenever you have a bluff, you don't want to get called, so maybe you size bigger. It might be a very good solution short term, but long term it doesn't work well against very good opponents. 6-6, 3-3 double suited. We're going to go ahead and 3-bet. Get a quick fold. Gus Vuurwerk Freak, why do you play 200 zoom on GG and not the high stakes you play normally? It's more of a study session, I guess. Going to stab here, it's whatever, but we have 1 spade and we can hit a 6. Our opponent will oftentimes check fold. So I guess this is a study stream, me trying to show everyone how you can beat mid stakes. If you're a mid stakes player, there should be a lot of information in this stream that you can help. Dirk, on the higher stakes tournament circuit, who is the most chill, cool person, one you would hang out with? I mean, Daniel obviously comes to mind very quickly. And I hung out with Noah Buchan when I was in the Bahamas, and his friend Andy. Those guys were like the nicest guys to hang out with, which is kind of special in the poker world. Oftentimes when you're competing with the best poker players, those people are not necessarily the most social of people. So I don't have much showdown value, so I'm just gonna try and represent the full house here. Hard to wrap it because the nines I would raise maybe, maybe not. And we're blocking a lot of important hands. This is super close, a pair and a good shot to the nets. Wim de Leeuw, hi, I've been following you for a little. Great to see a fellow Dutchman creating content on YouTube. Keep up the grind. Thank you, Wim. Going to take the 9 to, or the 8 to showdown. Doesn't happen often, but often enough that we don't have to bluff it. T.O. is saying, there he is, the man, the myth, the legend. Welcome back and good luck. Thank you, sir. This hand is a 3-bet. Our opponent looks pretty tight. It's only 29 hands, so we shouldn't draw too many conclusions there. This is close, but we'll fold. Okay, we get raised, that makes it easy. Hi, my main. Happy. Well, that's high from Ron. Hello, sir. Why being short with other deep stack is advantageous? Could you explain me? So whenever you're sitting on a 40 BB stack and there's 500 BB stacks, under the gun opens and we get 3 colors. Whenever we decide to squeeze and put our money in and they all call, they are going to deny equity after the flop comes. So you're gonna, you're gonna realize all of your equity because you're all in already. So that's why being a short stack is an advantage. That's like the quickest, easiest explanation I can give you. Okay, we're going to check here. We don't hit this board often. And then I like to check raise here. Sizing should be bigger maybe. On this turn it's funny. Obviously we would like to bet, but if we get raised we have to fold, so we're gonna check call. And here I'm checking again, but betting definitely is an option. And then on this river we're going to bluff. Only queen high. 6-5 full house, wow. Okay, so far people are pretty passive, don't really go for value. With low rake, they would reintroduce the poker dream. Many fresh young poker stars could make their way from low to high stakes. Or am I overvaluing the poker dream being important for the business? Yeah, you for sure overvalue it. There's only a very small fraction of players that play for the poker dream, and a lot of people are just enjoying themselves and want to gamble a little bit. I do think it's very important to have a poker dream that's alive. Obviously with 20 bucks in the middle we have to play every hand here. He's raising it up. I think we can fold this one. Like the poker dream is important, and I think people like to see the highest stakes run as well. But if you look at the numbers that the highest tables were pulling on viewership, it was only 100 when some super crazy stakes were going. GTO Fish is saying good luck, good luck. Whoa, it's so bright. Where are you? Can I ask where you live? I can't tell you for a couple of reasons. The observer seems to think Portugal. It's not true. What are the biggest differences between Omaha 4 and 5 card? Do you think 5 card Omaha is a better game to play? Why or why not? There's less information out there for 5 card, so there's more room for creativity. 4 card, the base level is pretty high at the moment. Not super high, but pretty decent. So in 5 card you will see regulars making bigger mistakes than in 4 card. The pre-flop equity is closer to each other, so you can play more hands in theory without the same repercussions you have in 4 card or in 2 card. So it's a good game for people that love to gamble. So I think people who like to play 80% VPIP would be better off playing 5 card than 2 card, for instance. Okay, no big pots for a little while. Okay, we have almost 200 people tuning in. That's more than I expected, to be honest. Everyone trying to conquer the mid stakes. So what are things that we're doing? We're bluffing whenever people check a little bit more than we're supposed to. We're folding a little bit more when people bet. And that should be one of the most important rules when you're playing mid stakes. So here we're going to try to bluff. The only thing that sucks about this board is whenever you have a jack on a very dry board, people are more incentivized to bluff. I'm gonna abort this mission. How much are you in for? I'll do an update every now and then. I guess I'm up $200 or something along those lines. I'll pull up a graph every now and then. Hopefully I'll just be playing this for 6 hours and answering questions and giving people some good advice on how to play mid stakes, how to beat it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Going to limp this hand. This one is in the middle. If we pot bet and we get raised, it's kind of ugly. Also this ends. I mean, we're on stream. We have to gamble a bit more. It's not necessarily a good call, but we're blocking the 10 high flush, which is a hand we could get value from. So flat calling here, outperforming raising. I think it's a interesting value bet. Okay, Homo Optimus is betting. We have the second nut flush. No real reason to raise. It's probably a spot where in mid stakes people slightly underbluff with the ace of spades. I'm not planning on folding here. Check, check. So he probably picked up a straight on the river. Yes, he did. I think he would fire with his hand if he didn't river the straight. high rake environment. I think we should get rid of this hand. Also people 3-betting less. You said in your vlog Bahamas was not as nice as it looks. Why is that? And GG for the successful trip. Question from Sao. So the main thing that I didn't like about the Bahamas is that the fact that you only have the resort pretty much where you can hang out. The food wasn't super good, which are two very important things whenever I travel, to be able to move anywhere and to eat good food. Obviously the weather was amazing, and I wasn't saying it was a bad place to be, but whenever I go somewhere I like to have the liberty to go wherever I want to go and venture out a little bit, and it's kind of tough in the Bahamas. This hand we're going to fold. How would you advise someone who's starting grinding mid-stakes PLO to study playing FAS trainer, browsing solutions, sessions review? I mean, all of the above. I think the most important thing is to find someone who has been through what you want to go through, and then offering him a deal that's beneficial for both. That's what helped me in the end. So I found someone who was able to give me the information that I needed with a big shortcut. I think we can mix here on the flop. We have a super capped range now. I'm going to go ahead and think that he's under bluffing here. We have better hands to call, I think. So it's very tough to do it by yourself. That's basically what I'm saying. So it's very nice if you have someone who can show you all the tools. You can have a study session with. But you'll have to find someone who's both talented and willing to do it. So you might have to offer him a big percentage of your winnings for a couple of years or something along those lines. Defending in the big blind here. With the kings, weak kings, we're going to flat call. And then one of the other super important rules, playing mid stakes, but playing poker in general, whenever you're in position, we try to bet whenever we have a very bad hand or a very good hand. Some people call it polarized, but it's confusing. So this hand is good. It's an overpair with a good shot, but if we get check raised, we're not super happy. So I think it's great to put those kind of hands in your checking range. So we river trip kings here, and if we want to bet for value, we're blocking all of the hands that can call. So another very important rule is whenever you're betting for value, make sure you unblock the hands that can call you. So this is a relatively easy check, I think. Thank you for sharing your source of inspiration. Thank you, Tiamao18. Are you gonna do anything for New Year's Eve? I'm going to celebrate it with Daniel, not Negrano. Oof, this is close, huh? Not sure if this is a call, but we're on stream. We're on stream, we have to show our opponent what's up. Another interesting spot, people check fold here a lot, so you want to keep the air in the hand as well. So sometimes on a board like this we check back with a hand that we could bet. I think the standard would be to bet there. Calling. Very disguised full house here. Could have queens for sure, but Okay. Very quick fold, so I think he just went for the bluff. We're playing high stakes on coin today, no high stakes on coin. I think because of the No Limit Hold'em promotion they had, it's been a little bit quiet when it comes to Sunday private game, and things will pick up in the new year, hopefully. Would you have called the king high flush if he bets the river? I was planning on calling, yeah. I was planning on calling. But on mid stakes it's... I think that spot is a challenge. I think you just have to sometimes just call it off all the way and sometimes not call it off all the way. If you call every turn and then never call on the river, that's pretty bad. If you call every river, it's probably not great on mid stakes. It's a bit player dependent. Am I blocking pairs on the board? It's nicer to call, so that's how you can randomize your calling a little bit. Our aggressive card today is gonna be the spade. Going to be the spade. We have almost 200 people. Okay, so here we have a decent hand, four-way. Nobody has shown interest in the pot. So I think it's nice to thin out the field with a small bet. Get check raised by this guy. Good balanced ranges. Checking with the king nine. Get a bet, and also it's only $14, doesn't look super strong. Even if it was a pot bet, we're gonna check raise here. But this makes me believe that he doesn't have a super strong hand. If he comes over the top, we're pretty much cooked mid stakes, but pushing a lot of equity with a hand like this. Not the best of rivers. Probably check folding. We're blocking the spades ourselves and blocking all the hearts. Oh, he's making it very tempting. Nine. Okay, go for the folds. Here we bet on the flop, we check on the turn and potentially bet on the river again. He does decide to bet. GTO Fish is saying, hey man, I'm trying to reach out, not sure how. You can send me a message on Twitter. This is the guy that we had a 3-4 betting war with. Our range does not connect super well with this board, neither does his range. That's very interesting, huh? We're going to call once. This guy's playing very quick. Maybe we have to fold on this turn. Hello Venny, do you accept money from ACR for coaching? That's a random question. I need more details, sir. Chaps is saying, hi, good luck, sir. Thank you. Stiank is saying, let's go. It's a super easy to underbluff or overbluff that 7-6-8 queen board as a 3-better. I agree with you, sir. How can you see a graph on GG? Can you please explain? Okay, on the bottom of your client on GG, you have a button that says PokerCraft. If you click the button, you'll get this screen. I'll put it here. Open this hand slightly wide. Okay, then we go to PLO. And then we go to last 24 hours. Oh wait, I guess there's a special thing for Russian cash. Last 24 hours. And we are up 400 bucks, but I don't think it includes the rake. So you have to be careful with that when you're playing on GG Poker. So this graph always looks better than it is in reality. When you think to not call on the river with the king flush blocker, do you think it is a good idea to fold on the 10 already? I think it's a good idea to just call people down sometimes and not call people down sometimes if you feel like they're under bluffing. So maybe fold on the turn already sometimes. It's a super exploitable strategy. You should definitely call your king high flushes there, but it's something you can consider if you think your opponent is hugely under bluffing. It's actually one of the ways you exploit your opponents on mid stakes by overfolding. It feels very weird exploiting someone by not calling. And it's kind of boring as well, but it's what you have to do at mid stakes. Yannick Christ is asking me, hey Vinny, how do you adjust playing for X thousands of these relative small stakes? Do you feel like this is not worth your time? You see poker as a game in big blinds, so even now that I'm playing for buy-ins that are less than the big blinds that I've played a couple of days ago, I'm very competitive, so I want to win against these people. Of course, sometimes I'll call a little bit wider, I'll have some fun, but it's still competitive. I'm still competing with these people. I still want to win, so that's why I can still motivate myself to play as good as possible. Okay, so here on the King 4, we have the most kings as the pre-flop raiser. That allows us to bet a lot. On the Jack turn, we're going to check, but sometimes we're going to use this as a bluff. Whenever he's calling, he's probably too strong. People don't float that much at these stakes on those kind of boards. So we want to shut down most of the time, but sometimes we just go for it. Get a lead from this guy. It's very tempting to raise, but this hand needs more than just top 2 pair to do it. Super interesting turn. It's good for the caller because I'm the one who's having the most draws. So I'm going to do something tricky here. I'm going to charge his 2 pairs and then check on the river. That's big. Very hard to find bluffs here, and he's betting big, so we're going to fold. Could potentially call a hand like 7, 9, 10, 8. Pretty close spot. 1 pair, good shot. And then a Mexican good shot on the lower end. Also, I have incentives, of course, to stream. Whenever I get a lot of viewers, it allows me into games that are usually not accessible for me. So there's multiple potential upsides whenever I play lower stakes. I would prefer to play on coin poker, but they don't have the liquidity. Oh boy, we have a downswing story. We're going to bet ourselves here. I'm in the middle of a downswing, running 30 buy-ins below EV over 20k hands. What's your longest downswing and how do you deal with it without losing your mind? Lol. Well, to be honest, sir, you're only just getting started. At the start of my career, I ran a million under EV. I'm not sure how many buy-ins I ran under EV, but I ran pretty poorly. It can go on for a long time. You just have to focus on games that are plus EV for sure, study a bit more, and keep your head down. For Ryan's is one of the reasons why people play poker, so you should embrace it, not push it away. Can you add me on Twitter so I can send you a message? My handle is GTOFish. Okay. True Bluffer is saying, finally the golden stream. Yes, it's happening. Today I'm going to play many hours of mid-stakes poker and I'm going to show you all the tricks you can use to become a winning player. Of course, the lion's share of being able to beat these kind of stakes is studying very hard yourself. Watching me play is like making a math exam and having the answers right next to it. It all makes sense whenever you're having a little peek at the answers, but then when you have your math exam without the answers, it's kind of tough. So I'm not saying this is an end-all be-all stream, but it will definitely push you in the right direction. What is Rake? Rake is what the poker site or poker network takes as a compensation for hosting the game. So here we're very deep stacked. We're going to open this hand. People in general at mid-stakes don't 3-bet as often as they should, and they don't defend their blinds as often, so you can open quite a bit more than the solver suggests you to open. Here we have a hand that's decent but not super strong, so we check. The king of hearts we can definitely stab, and as I said, the spade is going to be our aggressive card, so we're going to bluff this one, bet on the turn, bet on the river. I'm going to call this hand. Doesn't feel great, but wow. we get wrecked. Betting straight for value on a flush and full house board. So I was looking at the wrong blockers. Vincent, yes, I can't cash out on ACR, so I sent you my money. It's clever, no? Yes, but I'm not sure if I want to coach you. I would like to hear some credentials before I... Okay, we get a discount on the 3-bet, so we'll go ahead and call. Don't think there's a reason to bet this one. Now we do have a reason. We could size for pot as well. Going to defend in position. This is about as good as it gets. Okay, so this is a close one. So whenever it feels a little bit iffy, if you should be betting again, the solver oftentimes checks, but sometimes also bets a little bit smaller so that you allow your opponent to draw with queen, queen jack with diamonds or something. So if you size big, then he'll fold all the hands that you do well against. If you size smaller, then you can still continue with hands that you beat. So here we're going to delayed c-bet. In this exact position we actually size big, even multi-way. It's a pretty bad run out. I think he's gonna call with a lot of kings. We have slight showdown value. If we had air, we would consider bluffing, but this is fine. Yes, agree about the overfolding in mid-stakes as an exploit and about it being boring. Let's see. Hero Velding, yo, see redlining, lol, kind of, yeah. I'm not sure what you guys are talking about, but happy that everyone is having fun in the chat. Really wish GG had a competitor. Well, they do, and it's called Coin Poker. Oof. I mean, we're 4-way. I'm going to bet small. 4-way, we don't really bluff complete air. We always bluff with some kind of draw or... this is very dirty. I think we can get away with a fold here, especially at mid-stakes. Do pretty terrible against his range. Against the small bet, I'm going to raise. The standard would be to flat call with the bottom set. Going to bet full pot here, and my opponent folds. These weak kings are fold under the gun. Can you play on stars? I can. Jared Blesnik, Whale or Rag. He's super tough to play against. He's short and plays a lot of hands, so we'll fold that hand. He's super tough to play against, and he really crushed a couple of people, so don't underestimate him. But yeah, every now and then he just does something completely ridiculous. Yep, this is not even a downswing, as Martin is saying. I agree. You're just getting started. Hey Vinny, are you still in touch with your first coach who taught you the tricks? I am in touch with him, but he's not coaching me anymore. I tried to rekindle my professional relationship with him 2 years ago when I came back from my hiatus. The team that I was working with unfortunately declined my comeback, so I had to do it by myself. I just hired a couple of freelancers, and it turned out it was a way better fit than the structure that I had in place before. Amazing content, thank you very much. Thank you, Cheb. So here we're bluffing, we're blocking the straight. It's 4-way, everyone checked. We want to add as many bluffs as possible. That was a very good hand to do it with. We'll be here for the entire stream, even if I need to step away. Everyone, invite your friends. This is gold. I appreciate it, man. This is... He's so tight. I think he can still back raise this guy. Let's see, 27. So I'm going to go ahead and fold. Guess for the stream we should be calling all of these hands, but... Will the full stream be uploaded? Yes, it will be uploaded. And in my head I was thinking maybe I try to provide as much value as possible and people can really come back to the stream and watch it as study material. Can you play GG Poker in Mexico? I'm not sure. Nice vlogs, Venny. I like your style and I hope these stream sessions will be up on your YouTube to rewatch. For a high roller, you seem very modest. And the previous answer sounds like you are more into poker because of the competition than the money. Is that true? Yeah, for sure. Like financially, I've met all my goals, so it's mostly for the competition. But if I was not getting paid, then I would play way less hours, of course. So it's a great mix between something that I love to do. This is interesting. This hand's not good enough. It's a perfect mix of something that I like to do, the competition, the financial reward, and yeah, I don't know. Perfect fit for me. Yeah, recently I have been grinding on low stakes. It's gonna be super helpful to study. That's great. Well, in no anti-cash and versus spot open, they don't need to defend the blinds that much anyway, right? Otherwise, I'd agree in tournaments and anti. Yes, but they, even if you look at the ranges they should be defending, they're defending even less, so. Fanny, what do you think is the real reason GG shut down the high stakes games? I think people were losing too much money at too high of a rate. As a business, you want to keep your wealthy customers on the platform as long as possible. And if they play casino games, in the long run they will lose all of their money to the network. And if they play poker, then they will lose part of the money to other professionals. So I think that's the reason why they took it away. Okay, here on the turn we have a relatively standard check. So this rule is very important. In position, when you're betting, either have a very good or very bad hand, nothing in between. That's something people still tend to forget. Title, hey boss, good luck. What a treat to have you streaming for this. How come on GG today though? They have the liquidity, they have Russian cash. Coin Poker does not yet, so I have to stream on GG Poker. Title says Coin Poker, by the way, not sure if you want to change it. I am going to change it, let me see. Update titles. Study, play and explain on mistakes. Update all. Okay, let me know if it's showing the right title now. So many questions today, huh? How much you're up against Blesnik after that insane comeback? That was awesome to watch. Hope you guys battle again soon. I'm not gonna tell you guys how much I was up against Blesnik. I don't wanna put him on blast or something. I guess you can see it on 2+2 if you really want to know. You can count it yourself, but it's mostly me running super hot this year, so If you look at our sessions and you look at the database, it's me running over EV quite excessively. You hired freelancers for what exactly? To run sims for me, to do poker presentations, to work on my MTT game, and I just take the expert in every field, and it's been working really well. So I've worked with Ben CB, for instance, with Garrett James, and when I do my end of the year, not end of the year, but when I do my when I post my graph on Twitter, I will include everyone that worked with me, so you will be able to reach out to them and work together with them as a thank you for what they've done for me this year. God moves. It's a pretty terrible spot with a big bet and 2 players behind. Going to make a super outrageous fold, it feels like, but here we can delay a c-bet, I think. We have queen high, a lot of outs. Not sure if I should use this sizing. We can probably get away with a smaller sizing. And on the river, I'm gonna bet small. So whenever the nuts changes, as a bettor, we're mostly representing sets, 2 pairs, that kind of stuff, some combo draws. We cannot really bet big a lot, so in situations like this, I'm not really explaining it in a very good way. We size down quite a bit on the river, both with the nuts, but also with hands like these. So he had the kings, super sick slow play. I think on the turn he's better off ripping it in, but it's nice to see somebody playing slow with the nuts on the flop. Here I think we can just bet. It's probably a mix. Kaxo, love you amigo, I like you a lot. Okay. This hand we can fold. I have a guy with Mexican flag at my table right now, so yes you can. Rooftop Inquiry is playing and watching the stream at the same time. He rivers the set. Not sure if he has limp folds. Just gonna bet. Here we have the 7 and a club, so we have some interaction with the board. On a spade we can continue bluffing. That's how you have to look at your hand. Does the recorded interview with Joe Ingram ever get published? I'm not sure, my man. He's been very slow. If he doesn't post it, I'll do an interview with another outlet at some point. Open call. This should probably be a call and then calling his raise, but I think people at mid stakes overfold their big blind by a pretty big amount. Jack calling's not so doesn't seem great, so we're just gonna bet again. It's so hard for him to have hands on this board. We can do it every time, of course, but we can add a lot of bluffs there because we're holding all of the strong hands. That's how you have to start looking at boards. Like whenever you hit it pretty hard out of position, you can start including a lot of or some bluffs, some value. Here we see bet. We're not holding many threes at all, so it's kind of iffy. We probably check most of the time. but betting my strongest is king. It's fine, I think. Redux, let's keep winning in 225, guys. Hopefully I can help with that. 3 betting the aces in the big blinds. Wow. Very tempting to check here, but I think we should just bet our entire range 1/3. Could you talk about how you study PLO effectively? I have a link on my Twitter. Interesting. Super bad hand, but you actually complete there with pairs in your hand more often than you would think. Easy check out of position. It's Coin Poker in the title on YouTube as well. It's good now, okay? What is your Twitter? It's DeVaniVidi1993. We check call, but it's very iffy. We have showdown now. Yeah, rooftop inquiry. I'm going to take care of the thing with the exclamation mark at some point, but okay, we don't win the hand. It's hard for me to play PLO multi-table. At some point you'll get used to it, so this is a super bad hand, of course, but when you see the 19 VPIP, someone is gonna overfold the big blind super hard. So I think you can get away with opening a lot. This is a funny hand. I think flat calling is fine. You still haven't added any comments. It's coming, it's coming. If streaming was my primary source of income, I would have done better, but I have yeah, a lot of things to do, so. So here I'm blocking his main calling hand, which is ace king. So I was about to say we're going to size smaller for that reason, but he bets himself. Also stream it at the same time. Would you say heads up PLO is a good choice to grind, or 6-max is still better? I think heads up is way better. It's a way easier game tree to learn, and the win rates are bigger. The volume is harder to get though, so there's advantages and disadvantages. I enjoy playing heads up way more than 6-max, so wow, that's quite a turn. And here people love to size down to keep their opponent in, but on a board like this, just want to bet as big as possible. Okay, so we bet. He bets on the flop. We bet on the turn. He snap checks on the river. I'm not expecting many full houses after snap checking, so I'm betting again. On mid stakes, people give away a lot with their timing. I'm looking forward to the end of the year post. Yeah, me too. I've been very excited throughout the year to post it. And obviously my session against Jared went quite well, so pretty excited to post that one. That's probably close. I think we just start with a bet here very often. just gonna bet 1/10, see what our opponent does. Another good rule of thumb is whenever you have the complete air in position, we don't really check back a lot. So we managed to make our opponent fold, which is nice. Here we have showdown. I'm expecting to have the best hand here quite often. Okay, I'll try to finish the questions, then I'll take a little break. And we continue the study stream further. Happy New Year, Dirk. Thank you, sir. Do you define lose profit limit for rush season? I'm gonna leave the graph here when I take my 2-3 minute break or something. How much did he bet flop ace ace XX top set flush draw? I had lag. I bet it 1/3. 1/3 was the bet. Okay, here we have a clear 3-betting hand. It's becoming a squeeze 4-way. This guy seems to play a lot of hands, but then when you open his stats, you see he's only raising 13%, which is not super high. So sometimes these stats can be a little bit deceiving if you don't take the time to click on his name. Yeah, we can go a lot of different sizes here. We're gonna take 1/5. Wow. So yeah, we got raised on a board where people should not raise at all. Usually it means that they have a very strong hand, so I'm going to fold this one, but very suspicious. Seems very tight, so I think he's just misplaying a strong hand. Whenever your opponent has all of the strong hands, you generally do not raise on a board like that. And it was very fun playing versus you in the Bahamas, by the way. Hero value. So who are you then, sir? How much did he bet? And yes, let's get some heads up stream action if we can. Of the heads up sessions, I'm not gonna like post everything. Whenever I play against Sam, of course I'll stream it, but when I'm up against a very tough competition, I give away too much by streaming. So we call here on the flop, and of course the ace is probably the worst turn. He's holding all of the aces, with high cards going along with it. So he can both put a lot of pressure on me without a strong hand and put a lot of pressure with a strong hand. Okay. Global cash game sit out next blind. Okay. We get some aces. We can do everything here actually. We can bet small, we can bet pot, we can... Against this I'm actually gonna fold my hand. I'm holding the ace of diamonds, which is one of the primary hands that he can bluff with. So I think his range is a little bit too strong here. But it's very close for sure. Betting small allows you to fold every now and then. If you bet pot, folding is not an option anymore. But of course with a pot bet we put way more pressure on our opponent. I'll put the graph over here. Let's see. Put it over here and I'll take a quick break. I'll be back in a second. Okay, I'm back with some food, some drinks. I'm getting a call. Okay, most of you are still there. Got myself a coffee, a banana, and this bad boy. Going to be a wild New Year's Eve. Sorry everyone, it's probably not great on your ears. Okay. Very dangerous to eat a banana on stream. We're gonna do it anyway. Okay. Found the solution. Found the solution. Okay, let's see. Numbers are still doing great. I might make a little document where I note down the most important lessons of today. We're trying to show you how to beat mid stakes. If you're enjoying the stream, send it over to your friends. Give the stream a little like, it really helps with the visibility. Going to finish my banana and then continue playing. The title should be adjusted on both YouTube and Twitch. Please let me know if that's the case. Okay. We're heading back in. We have the guy that we've played a couple of hands against. Oof. Just got the queens. So we're in good shape. Here we can call and raise, so if we had a spade we would raise. Not really a reason to raise, I think. Often will he show up with a bluff here? That's the question. Blocking the full house, we're blocking the flush. I'm going to call, but feels like he's gonna struggle a lot with showing up with a bluff. Well, great combination as well to start leading. Okay. I'll give him the creative player tag, so whenever a player is creative, you cannot fold your bluff catchers. Here with the top pair, flush draw and a good shot, we have a good hand to bet with. On the turn, we're going to mostly bet with the second and flush draw. Sometimes we check back, but Papaya. I'm going to call, but super quick bet, super quick river bet. I'll happily fold. Ah, yeah. Calling here, we're super deep. Okay. If this row overpair good shot, I think we can start betting there. I'm gonna get back to the questions soon. Here we'll 4-bet the aces. Beautiful flop. And a quick fold. Willem of Oranje is asking, how do I cope with tilt? I've never really been a tilter, so maybe it's not best to take advice from me. And it's better to find someone who had a lot of trouble not tilting and then converted himself to being stronger mentally. I've always seen variance as a necessary evil that we need in the poker world, so if it was not for variance, worse opponents would never blame me. This guy is missing a value bet here. So whenever you run bet, it doesn't feel great, but for that, there's the reason that people are playing against you that are worse. So I try to embrace it as much as possible. Here we open, it's a bit wide, but should be okay. It's tough to fold, double backdoor, good shot pair, but it's all very iffy material. We got the ace 10, 8 for double suited 3-bet cutoff versus LGA. I think I'd missed that one in those positions. Coming from hero value, so yeah, I'm not sure. It's not like I play perfectly pre-flop, not at all. But in general, when we're so deep, the 3-betting percentages go up quite a bit. And I think it's a great hand to do it with. So, to call here in the small blind, which is a bit loose, but getting raised on ace deuce deuce rainbow as the squeeze is funny, like getting raised holding nut flush draw blocker. Yeah, that's comparable. I love PLO, it's just a funny game. It's so much more fun than Hold'em. I still don't see how people are playing Hold'em, but how strong are two PLO players live? Does anyone know? Maybe compared to online stakes. I think Phil Galfond had an interview in which he said, if you compare online to live, you have to divide the stakes by 10. And I did some thought experiments in my head, and I thought he was pretty spot on. So whenever you're playing 50-100, it's kind of like you're playing 5-10 online when it comes to the level of players. Sashimi is asking, which chair do you use? It's a Herman Miller. It's quite expensive. Going to check this one. Going to check this one again. Obviously you can bet straights for value now, which is, yeah, I don't know. It's tough. Mid-stakes people don't bet thin for value enough, so it's kind of tempting to bet yourself. Like a hand like this should maybe bet for value. But we still want to protect our checking range, check raise sometimes, and I think that was a good moment to do it. For sure he's gonna value bet with flushes, maybe with straights with one flush blocker. By the way, did you answer my bottom set question? I didn't hear. If so, sorry. Not sure. I probably missed it. Maybe you can ask it again. We played in the 50k PLO on the bubble for a while together. Ah, okay, then I know who you are. No high stakes action today. No, it's just mid stakes. So you're gonna do it 24 hours? No. 6, 7, 8 maybe. Depends a little bit on how enthusiastic everybody is about the stream. And I became the table captain from you. Yeah, we had a very interesting hand in the 50k. I open, I get 3 bet, which is surprising. So it must be a very strong holding. And the flop comes queen, queen something, and I do have a queen in my hand. The SPR is like 1.4, 1.5, I don't know, maybe I'm messing it up a little bit. And it was a spot where maybe I can shove, since the pressure on the stack that is less big than me is so big, but I didn't really take enough time to consider all my moves, and it was a close spot anyway, so lost that hand and then lost the table chip lead with it. It was fun to see people really play during the bubble. Usually people shut down a little bit too much. Okay, we lose that hand. Title good on both sides. For me, it still says high stakes on CoinPoker, but it might be a me problem. Maybe if you refresh the page, it helps. What car do you drive? You look like a BMW guy. That's not a compliment, I think. I drive an Aston Martin DB9, but it's been a while since I've used it. I used to talk to MMA Sherlock and he said the same thing. Any stake you play online, multiply it by 10 and that is the comparable difficulty live. Yeah, I think it's a good rule of thumb. We probably have the best hand here, but we're not gonna bet in position, reopening the action. So hero value, interesting question. What did you have that hand? Obviously you had aces or something along those lines, but did you have a hand that you would have folded against the lead? It was definitely a hand that was on my mind for the rest of my trip. I mean, decisions in general are pretty close, so here we're going to apply a bit of pressure. It's easy to call the one bet, but it's very tough to call the second one. Nino is tuning in again. Botard, amigo. Thank you for the well wishes. Can somebody find out what the rake is on average on these rush and cash tables? going to lead this hand. Calling with the kings. Yeah.
Can I join?
Yes. Daniel.
Come stai?
Daniel Nat Negrano. Ja, maat, dit zien ze. Dit zien ze, ik ben bijna goed.
How are things going?
Yeah, we're playing mid stakes, so I don't know, up a couple of $100.
$100?
A couple of hundred?
With a K behind the 100?
No.
Ah. Oké. Hey, het partijtje begint al om 8.
Mhm.
Ik dacht, ik licht je even in.
Oké. Dan ga ik iets later. Ik zag wat biertjes liggen in de koelkast.
Ja. Voor jou als je nog een biertjes. Ik heb nog een koud geld.
Lekker.
Vind jij lekker?
Ja, ik weet niet. Komen er mensen langs hier straks?
Nee, dat neem ik mee voor daar.
Ah, oké.
Ik neem gewoon wat mee.
Oké, top.
Maar er staat er ook een eten.
Oké.
Ik dacht, ik neem gewoon wat mee. Ga lekker mee.
Is goed.
Ja, dus ik ben van plan om wel rond 8 uur te komen.
Ja, is goed. Oeh, even spierpijn, maat. Nee, doe maar niet, doe maar niet. Op de, ja.
Ciao.
Laat een maatje. Ja, komt goed.
Mexico.
Oké. Okay, back to my hand against hero value, although I actually did not have a very strong holding pre. Okay, that's interesting. Obviously you can attack my opens quite wide. On Dylan saying that it's a pot lead, I mean, I don't want to disrespect Dylan, but I don't think he has the answers in every spot. It was a close one for sure. Maybe in the end a lead would have been best, but I think either way it wasn't the worst. 9. Okay, we lose the all-in. That happens. Gustavo saying, Vini, você é meu brasileiro favorito. Muito obrigado. That's about as far as my Portuguese goes. Do you sometimes take EV cash outs? No, I always run it once. I would not have enjoyed your pot lead. It would have been pretty rough, but probably get it in with my hand. Okay. We have a limp raise here. Just gonna push everyone else out. For sure it's close. I think he only does this with the aces. I think we just bet this amount. So we have the side pot. 11% to win the main pot. Super tough here with bottom set, pot bet. Subtle flex, casual mention of driving an Aston Martin. I mean, I was being asked what kind of car I drive, so Overpair queen queen and queen high flush, draw its hand in the middle for me. You bet this hand in position, remember the spot. It was an overpair flush draw and a gut shot, so if you add up all of the things that I had going for myself in that hand, I think it's a bet there. Maybe without the gut shot we check. Which city do you live in the Netherlands? I was born in Breda, in the south of the Netherlands. What watch do you wear? I don't wear an expensive watch. I was looking into getting an AP, but I've heard so many terrible stories about people getting their watches stolen. So I don't think it's super attractive at all to wear a watch in Europe. Wow. I think we have to fold here, but since we're on stream, we're going to peel. That's quite the flop. And then here, I'm not sure it's leading a thing, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to check. Leading probably fine as well. If he has naked aces, he's in a terrible shape. It's pretty naked, yeah. 70%. He folds here, which is probably nice. Wow, king on the river. We haven't been running super good. Hello, would you confirm that many people were in fact born to tilt? I can confirm this, yeah. We have an overcall in the big blind, which makes me think he's a fun player, which makes it more attractive to call there. I'm going to lead on this board. Our opponent does not connect with that board at all. Then on this turn we're going to go for the whole thing. 4, 5, 6. Okay, this is a fun player indeed. Although the overcall in the big blind is probably fine. Okay, hero value is saying I had something like ace, 8, 5, 3 double suited, so I actually flopped the bottom 2 and 8 high flush draw. Okay, well, you're never folding there. You should not fold there. I think your 3-bet is super cool. You have so much fold equity against me, who's opening a lot of hands. I was getting a lot of like decent hands as well, and my table was very capable, so I'm not anywhere close to 100%, but I understand that it looked that way. I'm going to overlimp here. It's pretty bad, but I want to play the hand against this guy. 82% VPIP. Making sure you're involved in pots where people are involved that can make mistakes is very important. Going to bet again, the nuts. Farkas is saying 12 BB rake. Okay. It's pretty steep. And snapjack, like I'm going to bet here. It's quick call, 6-6. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, he's a recreational, so I think he's gonna call kings and maybe like an ace, a6 or something crazy. What's your opinion about running twice? Any strategy tips? So whenever I do have a strategy around it. Whenever the VIP is all in, you should run it twice because you want to limit the amount of rake that you pay. So, I mean, in general, I always run it once. And then secondly, if you handle swings very well and your opponents don't, then running once is also a great option. And if you're a gambler at heart, this is number 3 and maybe the most important one. You just want to run it once. Also live, it makes a lot of sense. It can be so complicated in 3-way pots, and some casinos have different rules. So you're gonna just open against the tight big blind. Again, this is probably a little bit too tight, but too light, I meant. We were kind of deep, which was close for whether I'd get it in. Most of the time I bet this kind of hand, but also it's difficult to find the limit. Giga Chad drives an Aston Martin. I'm still not sure if Giga Chad is something good or bad. Low variance if you run it twice. But isn't it always good if you're behind? No, it doesn't really matter long term. I run twice every time. Nino is saying like and subscribe. Dirk confirmed Busto. Oh, the chat is on fire tonight. I'm not Busto, I'm just trying to show everyone how to beat mid-stakes. I had the best year out of my career by quite a big margin, so you don't have to worry about me. Don't have to worry about me. Chris is saying, hi, good luck today. How long you think it would take you to go from PLO 2 to PLO 200 lately? A long time, eh? Very long time. Betting, checking, both options. Betting small. We had a net flush. Kind of size big. It sucks we have the 2 jacks, so we're blocking a hand that I can hero call with. Yeah, it was funny, the 50k, I was actually running so well before the bubble, then I became the table chip leader, and it should be the moment where you pick up even more chips, but that's the only moment I went down in chips during the tournament. Going to call here, but wow, such a quick bet as well. Don't think we want to mess with that size, the speed of the bet. Let's see. Okay, hero value with a question about my bottom set. So early in the session I flopped a bottom set with 7-5-3-3 on a 9-5-3 board or something. I check, my opponent bets 50% and I decided to raise instead of calling. Yeah, blocking one pair is nice because now I'm blocking a couple of higher sets. I also think that calling your bottom set works very well against very strong opponents because they continue betting on a plethora of turns, and then at these stakes people don't do it as often. I still think most of the time I should be flatting that hand, but I read into his c-bet size as a like semi-weak hand, so I just wanted to get a little bit more money into the pot. But I would advise to only raise your bottom sets that have like a little bit of backup or a double backdoor flush draw or something like that. Okay, so here people fail to raise enough. We should probably size even bigger. You can still have the king high flush, the ace high flush of course, but we want to allow ourselves to bluff there as well with a diamond, so we have to bet thin for value as well. So yeah, my raise there is based on his sizing on the flop. The fact that we're playing mid stakes, but in general I'm calling with that bottom set without any backup. It's just a great hand for your triple check call range. It's very hard to get stacks in against hands that are less strong. Giga chat is good apparently. Okay, we're going to continue betting here. Obviously plenty of kings in his calling range there in the small blind. Anasio is saying if you run it twice on GG, both runouts get raked. I think the rake is the same. Should we aware rake includes cash drops, which you get back? Then the bet beat jackpot. I'm going to 3-bet this one, but it's actually kind of close. Okay, so a lot of information in this hand. Open, 3-bet. Overcall in the big blind, which happens but is surprising. We have the king of hearts and the queen of hearts. The queen of hearts is a very important flush that we want our opponent to hold, so if you're looking for a slow play, this might be the one. And then this hand is very important as well. We're blocking the 5, we have a gut shot and we have a double backdoor. If we had 5s here, for instance, we would like to try and get the money in. So we're going to super close hand as well, this one. I'm going to pot bet and hope that he calls, hero calls an ace while I'm trying to represent a full house, ace high. But I wouldn't be surprised if the solver just decides to check this one back, which sounds crazy, but might be true. Did you study at college? No, I went to high school, and after high school I told my parents I wanted to be a professional poker player, and instead of traveling around what my friends did whenever they finished high school, I pursued a career in poker. Never went to uni or college or whatever you guys call it. You said run it twice with VIPs. I think you meant run it once. Run it once with VIPs, yeah. Fanny, congrats on an incredible 2024. For 2025, are you looking at max firing all the live PLO high rollers? Can't wait to see you crushing some of those big events. Let's fucking go. I'm going to try and do 6 to 8 live stops next year. I think that makes a lot of sense. Whenever the buy-ins are very high, it's interesting for me financially, and also I like to compete with the best people, and they tend to go to the highest buy-ins. So this hand is probably not an open, but we're gonna do it anyway. This guy, we just want to be involved with this guy, I think. He's V-pipping very wide. Easy c-bet on a high board, probably with our range. So yeah, I'm gonna go and travel to 6 to 8 live stops. Whenever they have 50Ks, 100Ks and stuff, it becomes very interesting. So that's the plan for next year. Probably play a little bit less poker, and with the time that I save, spend it a little bit more on the people close to me, and on a little bit more studying. 2-5, 5-10, 10-20 PLO is still liquid and pretty soft on GG, which is a great achievement. Okay, well, now you hear it from the source. So this hand is probably not an open, but we have this guy in the big blind. Hands like these in the big blind oftentimes are flat called, but I think we want to 3-bet it every now and then. Here we have a flop where obviously our perceived range is aces. They don't have the aces, so we can start to put a lot of pressure. Yeah, I mean, we have air, so we have to fold here, but I'm not sure what he's representing. He's checking. Is he trapping us or not? We're betting against checking ranges, so we'll go ahead and turn our hand into a bluff. Nice check call by our opponent. You think GG is a good site to build a bankroll? It's probably better to find a network that has a lower rake structure. Okay, finally finished the questions. I'll focus on a couple of hands. Hopefully we have some interesting hands. I'll update the graph. So yeah, this is what the graph is looking like. Losing our all-ins, but winning quite a bit in EV. We'll have to deduct the rake still. So the actual graph is less good looking than what we're looking at now. Easy open under the gun. Okay. Let's start with a check. Our opponent here is holding all the jack 9, jacks, 9s, out of position as well. If he does bet, we can consider check raising, of course, as a bluff. Here I start betting. There's a plethora of rivers that I can bluff. This one being one of them, but it's a weird spot. We don't really have showdown value here. It's hard to wrap a hand. We're blocking the hearts, it's whatever. Very unsure of what I should do here. Best way for someone with strictly a no limit background skill set to get into PLO. In general, the no limit hold'em guys, they have a better work ethic when it comes to studying. They also have better material that they can learn from. I think just hopping into the games and doing the same thing that you do for No Limit Hold'em, database research, finding a reliable source for your ranges, and then putting in the reps. Seems like the No Limit Hold'em guys are always working a little bit harder. They do have the advantage of the right software that they can use. Which is can be a pain in the ass when it comes to Pot Limit Omaha, but once you get the hang of Monker, or you find someone that can run the sims for you, it should be a good spot. No other side has a big enough player pool besides GG. Yeah, it's a very winner takes all market, so that makes sense. Checking here in position. Get a 1/3 bet and a call. I tend to fold a lot in these spots, but ace is quite strong. I think they're gonna show up with a 9 often. Do you normally sell action? If so, do you split, like, let's suppose you keep 100% of you up to the 10Ks for example, and then sell after that, and markup, just because normally people don't share that info. Yeah, so when I was in the Bahamas, I asked a lot of guys how much action they have of themselves, because I was looking to buy some action in some of the stronger online players. This is super interesting. He checks. I think we want to apply max pressure and do this against a small bet. We make a wide peel. So I asked a lot of guys, and people seem to not be super happy to answer that question. I will explain you how I do it. First we check back here. So for instance, when I go to the Bahamas, I have most of my own action. So on average, probably like 70 or 80%. And then, this is such a tough spot. Going to call once. Checking back, we always lose the hand. So I'm going to try this, but when it takes a lot of time, sometimes people do it just to avoid getting the bet. Okay, so he's folding on the wrong table, calling on this one. Queen high flush. Well played. So whenever I go to the Bahamas, I have roughly 80 or 70% of my action, and then the 30% that I sell to people that are my friends or people I work together with or stuff like that without markup. I think it's a nice way to go about my business. Checking back on this one. Small, blocking ace king, queen king, so betting smaller is nice. Here we're gonna bet and really polarize. So the action that I sell to people without markup that are either close to me or I work together with or that kind of stuff. The whole world around markup is a little bit weird. I think in general people charge way too much for selling their action. They overestimate their edge. They are too greedy. I think it's better to work on a relationship that works long term and not trying to squeeze the most out of your investor. A lot of people have a very small percentage of themselves and they just sell at a very high markup, which is, I mean, it's an open market, so it's fine to do it, but it wouldn't be the way that I would do things. Okay, we probably mix between calling and checking. Can potentially lead here. Freestyling a bit, but to 10 we should call. Against these small sizes you have to make sure that you defend a lot. This is another thing that people don't do well at mid stakes. It's a bit loose, but I think this hand works well as a 3-bet. Well, all the options are on the table. We can definitely check. We can definitely bet. I think I like to take this pot down with king high. Yeah, it would have been a tough turn. Dominikas is asking, do you know a Lithuanian player, Domchi? I do, yes. What's your opinion on his game? I think he was like most of his money he was making in live games, or at least I think so. So online he was okay-ish, but not great. And then he was probably getting access into great games live. So from the way that he was talking, he was doing quite well. Can you recommend a good site with solid PLO ranges? Yeah, either Vision or Mastermind by Jay Nandes. Should do the trick. Still have 200 people tuning in. go ahead and hand out a little like if you like the stream. It helps with the visibility. We're going to try and run up a couple of big stacks here on the rush and cash, but at the moment we're struggling to win a couple of all-ins. That could change any moment, of course. Sometimes you just stab with air in position. Okay, well, I mean, I'm supposed to, not even sure. I'm going to go on ahead with the backdoor net flush draw, but it's questionable at best. 30%. No, this is a wide call. Also, pre-flop people seem to be less sensitive to size than they should be. So whenever you open smaller, people fold too much versus a small bet. Probably not the correct sizing for this spot, but I want to apply maximum pressure on the board. This dynamic. Yeah, I'm not going to fold this hand, but I'm not blocking Jack 10 whatsoever. We have to be right 1 out of 4 times, which is it's debatable if we are, especially at the mid stakes. Johnny Blunt is saying maybe the other racks don't like talking about it because they're selling with some juicy markups. That's entirely possible. I'm curious then what markups you were looking to buy the online guys at. Let's see. I have to click this one too. I mean, depends on their skill level. In a perfect world, you have your edge in the tournament, which is like super tough to know, and then you split the edge that you have with your investor. Something like that seems to be okay, but I don't think people know what kind of edge they have or can have in a tournament at all. I mean, like some of the stronger online guys I might buy at 1.04, 1.05, maybe 1.06 if someone is very, very good, but the amount of swings you're taking on for potentially an edge that's not that big or less big than people think it is not super interesting. So of course, if they can sell at 1.678, they should definitely not work with me, but just work with other people. This is an unfortunate flop. Hard to miss this hand, but it's possible. Yeah, so yeah, 1.04, 1.05, 1.06 is like on the higher end. From what I read, could be wrong, many of the high rollers have very low percentage of themselves nowadays. Why do you think that is? I think it's because if you're Phil Hellmuth, people will line up to buy you at markup 1.3, and I mean, of course, he's not worth it. So in a way, it's a very easy way to make money. You don't have to be competitive. You just find the right amount of investors. But I myself would love to sell like fractions of my buy-ins at face value for the people that want to root for me. I don't really understand how you can be incredibly rich and still trying to like earn in every way possible. So yeah. Not too sure what to do here. Hero value saying, and for example, I sold for that 50k at face for my second bullet. Yeah, I mean, I think that's nice, especially depending on when you're buying in and stuff and your skill level. It's very hard to justify a markup over 1.06, I think, in those kind of events. Unless you're like a super crusher. Okay. Going to check again. Here, both options are fine, I think. Oof. It's a shame. I think at high stakes people would consider bluffing there. I mean betting thin for value. Then Dow Poker is saying, selling 80% of themselves at 1.2, stealing a living comes to mind. I agree, but yeah, if there's people who are willing to put up their money, I hope they realize that it's a minus EV buy, but everyone is responsible for their own investments. Going to take a quick break, a couple of minutes. These hands are okay opens in this rush and cash format. I think people are usually over folding the big blind. Beautiful hand here. I'll leave up the graph while I'm on my break. Okay. This is the graph. Taking a quick break. Okay, I'm back. On the hunt for a big stack. Oof. Going for the Lipton iced tea today, no Coke. No Coke, we're changing it up. GGHH is saying, hey Derek, love your content work that you are doing for the poker PLO community. Wait, I'm gonna put the chat box closer to the camera. Guess here would be the best. No. What are your thoughts on non-pot raise preflop sizing, say 3.1, to combat against possible RTA users bots? I'm not sure why it would be better. 3.1, surely they have a solution for people using that size. I think bots RTA are a big problem mid stakes, so definitely be on the lookout for that. Johnny Blunts, what do you think your ROI was at the Bahamas? Is it crazy to imagine a 20 or 30% edge depending on the field? I think with a bit of studying, 20% is doable, and 25 or 30 is only possible for the I don't wanna call and I don't wanna fold on the right hand table for the super crushers. Min bet and a call. It's not raising there. That's people don't like to go for value at mid stakes, that's for sure. Seeing so many passive calls in this session. I imagine a top rack has a 80% edge at the WSOP main. Maybe I'm tripping. The biggest problem is realizing it, but I have no idea about the possible ROIs in PLO tourneys. I think the amount of people that have a 80% ROI in the main event are it's a very small group of people. The markups I've seen people sell at for the main event is super outrageous. If you're selling for the main, in general, you're not worth the markup that you're asking for. Like, how many good poker players cannot put up 10k themselves to play the main event? It's a good rule of thumb is not buying action in general. Gets me a bit fired up, actually, all those people asking for ridiculous markups, and it's just a very smart way of maybe cheating people out of their money. What's your opinion about min raising the button instead of 3.5x? There's one guy doing that in my games, and I find it quite uncomfortable to adapt properly to that strategy from small blind and big blind. So yeah, you call way more from the small blind and the big blind against the min open. I don't think it's a great strategy, especially not if you're deep stacked. You want to make sure that the pot is as big as possible, so that you have something to fight over while you're being in position. So if you're 200 big blinds deep, I would not use min open a lot. Here, two tight opponents. I think we can just open this hand. Opening smaller there is super attractive. They're probably gonna be inelastic to my size, so they're not gonna react in the right way. So opening small there is very interesting. Henry is saying, do you think we can still make money playing GG, Rush Cash, PLO with our high rake? And what is the minimum stakes, PLO 50 or PLO 200 maybe? I think it's tough, and if you want to make money in poker, you should focus on finding games that have a low rake structure. So that's the most important thing. Low rake structure. Let's see, a bunch of tight people. We're gonna try it out. Let's see. Okay, that's great. This guy playing very quickly. We have the ace as a blocker. Okay, try to take it to showdown now. Betting actually kind of cool as well. Use the ace as a blocker. Every time we have the aces, we're gonna bet, so we have to find a couple of hands that bluff as well. Are you going to celebrate New Year's? Yes, I'm going to celebrate New Year's with Daniel, not Negrano, and a couple of friends. I think we can 3-bet this hand. Probably check range here. And then see what we do. It's such a big sizing. Okay, top pair, double back to flush draw and a gut shot. It's not great. We'll see. Wow, he has a big bet and a fold there. That's interesting. Here we have 3 diamonds, an ace, and every now and then we have to find the check back with the nuts, so we're gonna decide to do it with this hand. Very tough for my opponents to have a flush when I'm holding 3 diamonds. I'm holding an ace as well, so we're blocking some of the full house outs. Now we're going to bet for value. Sometimes you have opponents that go crazy on capped ranges with the king of diamonds or something. Also, being able to raise on the river against the bet is nice. A lot of people just gamble for fun. If you bet sports casually, Lotto might as well bet on a guy with a high markup if you like the sweat better. Yeah, that's true. I think your odds of betting sports are quite a bit higher than betting on a bet markup. So if you do sports betting, it's like average rake of 4 or 5% on your bet, and if you bet on Phil Hellmuth at 1.3, then your rake is way higher than 5%. Johnny saying, I don't know if you have done it before and I lost it, but your thoughts on your heads-up battle against Galfond. What do you think of his game? What happened during the challenge? Did he adapt well of Ryan's? I'll write an article about the challenge. I've answered the question on stream quite a bit already. Are you playing 5 card or 6 cards? I played and won a ton of money with 5 card this year. 6 cards, not so much. Good luck today from Silky. Some dude, well, me lol, made a thread on 2+2 about Pius Heinz only. Had 70% of himself when he took down the WSOP main event. So yeah, my guess is most winners had much less than that long. Okay, opening this hand against a small or tight opponent. So what can be nice is to tag tight opponent's pre, so that you have a quick overview of what's going on at the table and if you should be opening wider. 300 hands, so that's kind of reliable. Good size bigger here. Going to apply max pressure, and there's still a lot of draws that he can have that he still has to fold. We don't really have showdown value with the sevens. This was the guy who had a creative lead, so don't think he's over folding at all, but wait, what? Okay, yeah, value betting my sevens, of course. Oh, it's always nice when that happens. I have no idea why he made that call, but yeah, I mean, he had a good read on me, but I had sevens. No way people buy Phil Hellmuth action for 1.3. I'm pretty sure I've seen it. Pius Heinz. Must be nice making a deep run in the main event. It's not about whether or not it's profitable for them. I'm sure they can sell it 200% to people in their circle easy if you wanted to. Well, 200% not really, but we're getting your point. Feel a gentle relief and pressure that even you run a bit break even on lower stakes. Understandable. You have to run hot at the high stakes and run bad at the low stakes. That's how I did it this year. In your opinion, can you beat the low stakes by just not calling off river bets without nutted hands? Question also applies to no limit hold'em. No limit hold'em, I don't know. Because I don't play it, but mid stakes, PLO, for sure, yes. Hero value is sharing his markups with the people. Seems very reasonable. Second bullet, no markup. First bullet, 1.01. I don't know about your edge in the tournament, of course, but those seem very reasonable. Although that specific field surprised expectation, 122 runners for that was very nice. Yeah, super big fields for pot limit Omaha tournaments these days, so that's pretty cool. I'm going to open again with his hand. Seems like a tight player. Then maybe I should ask you next time. It's not like I'm buying everyone's action at 1.04, but if you have the right credentials, I can give you higher than 1.01. Hellmuth at 1.3 is crazy scenes. Yes, I agree, sir. This is a very bad hand, but we're on a nice streak with the opening the small blind and getting a fold. Yeah, it's crazy, huh? Obviously, whenever you're exploiting a little bit too much, you become susceptible to being counter-exploited. What? Oh my god. Okay, the chat is going crazy. While you guys are going crazy, go ahead and hand out a little like to the stream. So that helps with visibility. I'm curious. He wanted to be on stream highlights. He had a good read on me, but I had the sevens. Yeah. Yeah, like super crazy call. I guess he did want to be on stream. It's a small price to pay to be the subject of my next reel or short. Here we have the nut flush. We're not blocking any pairs, so almost always betting this hand. I'm actually pleasantly surprised by the number of people that are tuning into the stream today. I thought everyone would be getting wrecked. Okay, we're 3-betting here. Obviously, people are not opening as wide as they should in these games, so these kind of hands become a bit borderline. Let's see what's going on here in the leaderboard. How much money can we win? How much points do we have to get? I think if you're playing these games, this becomes a very crucial part of your winnings. We're number 19. I don't see myself here. December 31. $2023, okay. I guess I can see them. Completing in the big blinds for a pot. Against the check, we're just stabbing quite a bit of air. People tend to lead with their value there too often. We have threes now, I guess we try to take it to showdown. Morsa, the new favorite of the stream. Pretty good flop. And we can safely bet for value on the turn and the river. Our opponent is holding 0, 3 5s, 9 3s. Only 5s or 9s could be a hand that beats us, which is quite uncommon from there. I think we want to be involved in pots with this guy. So whenever there's a player that's pretty bad post-flop, you can act as if pre-flop there's some added money into the pot, so as if you're playing ante. We have a pot lead here, 4-way. I'm I'm willing to bet my life on the fact that he has a full house or quads or whatever. Would have been a nice moment if he showed a bluff there, but no dice. Opening into a ton of tight players. We're slowly cruising to a win. This is not good enough to open. Same thing in the small blind. Obviously this guy didn't play many hands, 23, but still likely that he is under V-pipping. Leading, interesting of course, but it's so tough to represent 4-5. So maybe it's better to check raise here at a certain frequency. This time no. This time no. It's a pretty terrible flop for us, I think. We're mixing here, sometimes checking back. I think we can bet again. And then we check the river. So this is a very important concept as well. You look at your hand, you try to decide how many streets you can bet for value, and then you start putting them in the right spots at a certain frequency. So some hands are supposed to bet on 3 streets, so it's very easy to find the right. Oof. Okay, I mean, we're probably in pretty terrible shape unless we're up against a rep, which might happen sometimes. I don't think so. This is a spot where on high stakes you'll happily get your money in, and on mid stakes it's super iffy. He often shows up with a set. It's probably close, but it's not a shame to fold these kind of hands against people once you have a read on them. Like you're either flipping against a rep plus pair, or you're kind of dead. Flop top 2 and get lucky. Our opponent has the kings. No, running it twice. Gets the king on the turn. We have outs though. Yeah, that's us. We're gonna miss. We're gonna call. People probably still underbluff in these checkdown pots, but here we have a perfect candidate for a call. Also, this guy seems to be of an okay level. So we don't consider folding our hand against people like that. Tough spot, pair and a Mexican good shot. Folding is fine. Don't think with 2 tables you can hang with the leaderboard grinders. Your name will be highlighted in the list. This is for no told them that you look at bottom SP low. Okay, I will take a look soon. The guy that called in the 7th hand is rank 1 on the leaderboard. That's wild. If so, you're 18th with 2,585 points for $100. Yeah, you can see it here. But I was just trying to check how much the big boys are playing. And I think you're right. People probably 4 table this and do it 8 or 10 hours a day. Though the liquidity is a little bit thin to play 4 tables. You mentioned in one of your streams that 2025 is the year of the Red Line Warrior. Is that still one of your key points for the new year? And if so, can you give us a small insight on how you will do it? Thanks. I mean, the red line is less important than people think. You can win millions not having a positive red line. But usually having a positive red line means that you're bluffing at a healthy frequency and you're also calling your opponents off at a very healthy frequency. A lot of the very good players are people that have a slightly winning red line. So I think it's a cool challenge to develop my game even more and put more focus on making the right calls, making the right bluffs. Winning in your blue line basically means that you're a very decent player, and for instance you're overfolding against bets, which is a great thing to do, which is a great way to exploit your opponents, but it's not a great way to make sure that your red line is slightly winning. Yeah, here it's tough. He's gonna hold a lot of aces. We don't have a heart, so I think we're gonna not bluff this one. Okay. Surprising 3-bet. It's not really a hand that you should 3-bet, but it's a very... I'm saying it in the wrong way. I think that combo is not a 3-bet, but it's the kind of hand you're looking to 3-bet. A hand that either is super strong or doesn't do well multi-way, and that could be a good reason for a 3-bet. Okay, Muasa, 15k points. That's it's quite steep. 14k points is insane. The guy in 3rd place has 6k. Yeah, so a big part of winning at these stakes is making sure that you get into the right spot on the leaderboard. So sometimes you have a situation where going up a couple of places is not going to cost you too much rake, and then it's really worth it. But in general, it's better to find games that are raked less heavily. Okay, another drop. Haven't seen... Oh wait, we did win the hand with the king high flush draw. Okay, we see a flop at least. Super weak holdings. Kind of tempting to just stab at it. Quick raise. Okay, we're trying to the nuts. We have cards that are probably not covered. So we're going to take a flop. Also, this guy is overcalling again. So he's definitely worth his orange tag. So here the only hand that beats us is Queen Queen and Queen 8. It's 4-way. We interact with this board quite heavily as the caller, so I think we should just get the money in. Let's see what he has. Okay, that's a very wide overcall. He's got decent equity against my hand. We get there in the river, starting to recognize this run. Sorry for insisting, but is the article out? If so, where? No, it's not out. It'll be on Twitter, but I have no idea when I'll write it. Is the Aquaman still in there? Hey, Venividi, can you publish this video after you've done streaming tonight? I have guest over, but would love to see the vid tomorrow. I'm going to post it. So you can go ahead, hang out with your guests and come back tomorrow. I'm actually, since this is a study stream, put some notes. It's not too hard. Very iffy this one, but should be playing a healthy amount with the post flop edge that I have. Can't find a convenient way to do notes. I'll do that for the next session, to collect all the notes that you need to beat mid-stakes poker. Okay, we get a raise from a tight player, so safe to say that he has 8s or slow played aces or a super strong rep. I think we can just call and then fold on board pairing turns and call on this one. Yeah, slow played aces. This hand, it's a very nice hand to call, but as this guy has the orange thing, I prefer to 3-bet it. Okay, we do have an overcall from this guy. Ace queen board, we have all the nuts, so they don't have aces at all. 10, 5, 5 double suited. Flat call or 3-bet. Okay, 2 callers. It's time to shut down the hands. We'll be able to bluff some rivers, I think. It's a sizable bet. Ten, 5, 5. If we bet, he folds hands that are worse. If we check, we can maybe take it to showdown, and now we just check fold, I think. Also, $750 at 200 NL isn't that good now, considering you have to probably grind minimum of 16 hours for rank 1. I don't think it's 16 hours if you're playing 4 tables, but you have to play a lot of hands. I mean, if you manage to grind for 10 or 12 hours, get the number 1 spot, and you still play quality poker, then it's a great idea. But in general, people lose out on their win rate quite a bit trying to chase the leaderboard. Okay, so this is kind of like a bluff. Not really for value. There's a lot of turns that we can do something on, but we have been getting raised in this spot. The queens we can take to showdown, or at least try to. Happy New Year from Mordo. Thank you, sir. Enjoy your time together with your guests. Interesting. And to c-bet, I think. This turn, I think we're gonna check. But for value, let's see what he has. Check 10 with a spade. Rooftop inquiry saying Happy New Year. Thank you, sir. We still have 5.5 hours to go here. Thanks everyone for tuning in on this day. This guy's pretty tight. This would be a spot where I would consider putting in a bluff against a snap check on the turn. This is probably not an open, but we'll do it anyway. Happy New Year, Vinny. Congrats on all your success from Supero. Thank you, sir. And Nuno is saying, please like and subscribe. Okay, attempt to take this hand to showdown. Bada boom! I mean, we're gonna look it up. We block 1 pair on the board. Very creative value bet. You'd be shocked to see how much the solver calls against a small size. Here we want to make sure that he can reopen action, so we want to raise with 12, so it would be 19, make it 18, so that we are 100% sure he can reopen the action. This is a close peel. Play hand with our friend Morsa. That's not really open. Here we could represent the 8, not really 8-9, but we're blocking the 8-9 and then we're blocking 1 club. It's hard to get this guy to fold for sure, but Gonna miss this thinking about it. Raising. And we get a call from Miressa. Doesn't like to fold. This flop is close. I think it's a little bit too strong not to see bet. Lead from Marissa, which is reasonable. Top pair, good shot, and flush draw, so we're not going anywhere. And then he's betting. Pot bet. We don't really use the pot size here, I think. He likes to call. Saying Happy New Year. As we get the max value from him. Okay, there's a stack starting to form. Michelle is saying no party today. I'm going to party, but it's only 6:30 here, so I will party at a later point. Beanie Man is pretty wild. We'll reward him with a little 3-bet. Here we bet 100% of our range for small size. This turn, I think checking is the best. It's kind of hard to get value from worse hands. It's not a super great run out, but we have very super quick bet as well. Going to fold. So the party will come later today, okay. Try to take the kings to showdown here. A hand we could slow play is ace-8. Blocking the value of our opponent. Going to float. Thinks about it. Yeah, we're going to bet ourselves. Okay, we reached the end of the... Oh no, there we go again. There we go again. Okay. 4 hours and counting. Goes so quickly when you're playing poker. Or at least for me it is. This is probably borderline with 2 shorties in the blinds. Probably bad actually. And here we bluff open. Hoping for someone who Folds too much. Super borderline call as well. Probably a bad one. Quickly show the graph. Of course, we had the big hand against the friend of the stream. So it's looking like this now. But don't be fooled, the rake is very high. I'll calculate it at the end of the session. I'm grateful for your time, Vanny. Best of luck and Happy New Year here from Greenville. Thank you for the nice words. Happy New Year. New Year, stay safe and have fun. Some all-in or fold below would be nice, John Wayne. Yeah, would be nice indeed. I'll consider it at the end of the stream, I think. Finish off with a bang. No pun intended. Just a curiosity, what do you think would be easier for someone starting with poker to learn at a decent level? PLO or No Limit Hold'em? Probably No Limit Hold'em costs more material. Probably PLO because it's slightly less competitive and I don't know, way more to play, way more fun to play, so the potential edges are bigger as well, even at the highest stakes, so I don't see a lot of good reasons to play No Limit Hold'em. Okay, Wayward is saying Happy New Year, bro. No party tonight. I'll party at around 10 or something. Maybe have a couple of beers with you guys before I go there. Happy New Year, no party, I answered that one. Do you think PLO has a high skill cap as No Limit? No, I think it's easier to become one of the best in the world in PLO than No Limit Hold'em. Those guys seem to be on another level. Super sick, the championship that's going on Coin Poker. Here we're just applying pressure to someone who's snap checking in position. Adding bluffs against the checking range of our opponent. We open and we get presented with a 3-bet, 4-bet, so we fold. Let's see what they have. Nobody knows how to play here, which is quite cool. Same with 3-way pots and 4-way pots. People are just freestyling for the most part. Okay. Just fold there, 7 high. Looks pretty, but wheel cards are bad. float with the kings and the spades. Showdown against the queen. No, so PLO is harder to learn because you don't have the same quality of material, but then it's a bit less competitive. Okay, we're getting a technical question from Martin Stenchu. So the question is, I'll try to make it understandable for people that are not playing poker for a living. So we're opening a hand from the button. Usually we open 50% of the time. Now our opponent in the big blind is folding 12% more than he's supposed to. How much wider are we supposed to open given this fact? So Martin is asking, should we steal 20% more? And I have two comments to that. The first one is, if somebody's overfolding the big blind and you're opening the correct ranges, you're already exploiting him. Opening more hands there is plus EV in a vacuum, but once people start picking up on it, and usually people who overfold the big blind will never pick up on it, but once people start picking up on it, you can counter exploit yourself, which is very costly. So usually when you pick up on a leak, you want to exploit it a little bit, but not go overboard with it. What would Monka suggest? Probably opening 8% more or something. That would be my wild guess, and I'm not even sure if it's true. But the problem with the blinds is that you have the small and the big blind, so it's not like you're only competing against the big blind. Oh, this is gonna be fun. 5,600 hands. Holy shit. That's crazy, huh? Get a call here, so we're going to play this hand. That's not us. It's an easy hand. So you probably open 8% more, or I would think something like that, but obviously to get the exact right percentage you have to note log in Monker, and you'll be able to find it there. But yeah, my guess would be way less than 20% extra. Especially if you don't want to be counter-exploited. Queen of Diamonds saying, I am scared of PLO. There's no reason to be scared of PLO. It's a fun game. Better win rates. Looser opponents. There's nothing not to like about PLO. Kale 38th tuning in and saying Happy New Year to everyone. We're ahead of his range, or at least I think so, because okay, it's only 10 hands, so we can't really draw any conclusions. Yeah, I guess most of the time we're Checking back when we completely unblock the board. This guy really thinks really well about his hands. I think we tried to bluff here on the flop. This guy hero called us a couple of times already, so we wanna not bluff this particular combo. But yeah, obviously checking back with complete air is pretty bad. But once your opponents show that they are very capable of hero calling and our image is not on our side, it's okay to check back that combo, I think. So here you could, when you're in a rush, you could auto fold, which is bad because this guy is under V-pipping, so I think it makes a nice pre-flop bluff. I would suggest to everyone never to use the auto fold button. Go to 3-bet here, in position, then we're deep stacked. Can really 3-bet super wide here. We're betting, but checking not a horrible option. It's not like we're in a great position whenever he check raises, but I'm not expecting too many check raises. We do have 2 pair with a flush draw. So in general, betting most of the time. Marlo Feliciano is saying, are you up this session? I will get the graph. I was about to call, but now I think it's okay to fold. Not sure though, you have to go pretty wide against those small bets. Check is a fine fold after our opponent calls the stab. Aquaman folding there. Already New Year's here in the Philippines. Happy New Year, man. Thank you. Same to you. Thanks everyone for tuning in. This is the graph. I still have to... We lost a bit since that one. This is the graph for the session. Should be long enough. Probably borderline. There's not much outplaying someone that shallow, but thinking he's pretty weak if he checks back on that board. Here we're calling against the pot bet. It's a tricky spot, but throwing to the nuts. Here I'm going to fold. The board changes heavily and he continues betting. Usually that's a sign of a lot of strength. We're not holding a spade, so feel very comfortable folding there. This guy VPipping 19%. I never really understood how you can have such a low VPip. It's pretty obvious that that's not how you're supposed to play, but I think you should always try and achieve or go for the right ranges, and if you're having a 19% VPip, you're doing something wrong. I'm at 32. It's such a weird spot, this. I think we should just try to bluff every now and then with a king in our hand. I think he should c-bet there, small. Tango Fam is saying, what a stallion. Just getting a message from a friend that said in the VIP there's quite the quality of ladies, so he's having a good time New Year's Eve. It's probably fold, but should be very close. Showdown? No. Go to 3-bet this hand out of position. I'm not sure. On two-tone we oftentimes size half pot, but I think we can pot bet this one. This is a very interesting turn. He has a jack quite often, so I think I'm gonna check call. Yeah, not much else to do, and we allow him to bluff hands like these that would fold against the jam, but jamming definitely fine at a certain frequency. Here we'll squeeze the aces. Oof. I'm going to bet half pot. Get a quick fold. Going to take a quick break and I'll be back. white ranges here. Going to start with a check. Get a bet from Drop the World, who should have the least amount of aces. Has bluffs. It's so tough to find enough bluffs here. I'm going to let this one go. Definitely tough when you read has bluffs, but we continue betting here at a very high frequency. This might be a check back because we lose to ace king. Very wide call. He's gonna get little notes. This guy is definitely a rag. Okay, I guess this button is not working. Not going anywhere with his hand. Praying for the ace queen queen. It's not too bad. 50-50. And we win the all-in. Okay, quick break and I'll be back. Okay, I'm back in business. Let's see. Oh, I forgot my phone. Okay, it's time for everyone's favorite moment. We're going to order some food. Very advanced notes. Victor Nyden is watching the stream, learning from the best. F. Thump is asking, how did your session against the Blast go the other day? Looked like stacks were flying. Yeah, it went very well. Super big winning day. If you were to start again on $500, what site and format would you use to grind it up? Well, a low stakes environment, so ACR or CoinPoker probably. Would you say there's more opportunities, profitability focusing on PLO compared to Hold'em nowadays? Well, there's probably even more opportunities outside of poker. The current trajectory of poker is not the most healthy, so if you really want to make a lot of money, probably outside of poker is your best bet. Especially if you're just starting out. Okay, we're heading back in. I'm going to order some food. I'm having some stomach problems. So I'm going to order a pizza to fight the feelings of my body. Sometimes you have to go against the grain. That's what they tell me. So people c-bet here a lot. We have a pair and a double backdoor, so can put some pressure on a c-betting range that is okay, super interesting line. Feels pretty strong. Here we have the kings with the double backdoor flush draw. This guy has shown a couple of bluff 4-bets. I mean, a big part of his range is going to be aces, so our showdown is not super great, but it's still there. Okay, take it down, nice 4-bet. This guy is the slowest player in the pool. Here we have the thing, if you pot bet, it's very hard for your opponent to call a hand that's worse than yours. Checking on this board with most of our range. Raising is an option. It's always an option with top set. Of course, calling is an option as well. This one might be a call where it's just so strong. We want to keep our opponent in, but it's never wrong to raise your very strong hands. That's another important rule of poker. Okay, let's find a nice pizza spot. This one is closed. Yeah, I wonder how many places are still open. Here, betting is an option, but usually we're checking. Not going anywhere. Just folding here. Yeah, because a lot of places are closed. Let me find one that's not. I think we can lead here. We have most of the kings, we have all the sixes. He has all the air. Interesting race. Very tough to find folds here, bluffs here, so I think I'm going to give him credit for having a hand. I'm going to start with a check. Betting is fine, of course. Going to bet, making a jack or a 10 fold is pretty big. Borderline this flop, but it's a pretty bad river, and we're blocking a lot of the draws that can fold the river, so I think we're gonna check, lose most of the time, and then every now and then win with the sevens, the very low frequency. Okay, hopefully this restaurant's open. Seems to be the case. Okay, amazing. Okay, let's dive into the questions. Would you say there's more opportunities, profitability focusing on PLO compared to Hold'em nowadays? Yeah, for sure, the win rates there are bigger. So I think you should focus on PLO if you're starting out in poker now, or maybe you are a No Limit Hold'em player. It takes a lot of effort to transition, but I think 6 months should be enough. and potentially your win rates are going to be quite a bit higher, and maybe you can compete at higher stakes as well. So opening against the tighter players. I think we can bet twice for value. With this hand we're unblocking ace-jack, which might be a hand that he's calling with. Pizza order is GTO, yeah, unfortunately the pizza place was closed. So we're getting some Asian food. Every now and then we check back with 2 pair. Pick up a gut shot. You think you could get to the level you are today starting in 2025? I mean, impossible. Of course, I have a very special skill set that goes super well with playing poker. Wait, you're asking if I could. I've got very lucky along the way with meeting the right people and like getting fortunate in different ways than just playing or running very hot. The material that's out there now is way better than when I started, so in a way it's possible, but only if all the same events would happen to me, then it would be possible. And if it would be possible, it would be possible in a year probably, because the material that's out there right now is so much better than what I had. Sorry. Let's see if the order is still working. Man, I really butchered that answer. I'm gonna think about your question. Here it's super close as well. We have a little bit of showdown. Also a great bluffing hand, but I think we want to be more... We want to be either super strong or super weak. And that hand's kind of in the middle. Bob B is asking, how do you assess whether a bluff was good or not, especially when they call? So the assessment of it being a good or a bad bluff happens before the call, not after the call. So whenever you're bluffing a hand, obviously you want to block the calling range of your opponent. You want to unblock the draws that he can have so that he can have a hand that he can fold with. So whenever you're bluffing, if those qualities are true, it's a good bluff. And whether he calls or not is not super important. So you want to be not... you don't want to be too results oriented. Like sometimes you make a great bluff, but your opponent calls, and it's not necessarily a bad bluff, but it just happened to be that your opponent had a hand that he could call with. Okay, this is interesting. Raise, he steps very big. Of course we're going nowhere, but I'm considering check raising. Yeah, we can check back, I think. So the bluff is good or it's good or bad, and then whatever your opponent does is not really interesting. It's so tough, this one. don't really have good bluffing qualities. Then 9. Hi Dirk, I hope you get some pizza. How to overcome the habit of being a hero caller in PLO. Oh, this is kind of interesting, huh? It's a very interesting line. In general, people underbluff here. Sometimes we want to call, and I think this is the one time that we want to call. We have to be right 1 out of 3 times. And he did find the bluff with the ace king 5-4. Here we're 150 big blinds deep, and it's the stack size where we stop 4-betting weak aces. Beanie Man, this guy has been very active. Okay, so this is funny. It's hard for him to have a hand. Queen 5, Queen 3, not in his range. Queen Queen maybe. So we probably have the best hand. So I'm going to shove these aces with some backup. And here we have aces better than these ones, out of position. And I think a good rule of thumb, if you're whether to 4-bet or not to 4-bet, is if we're sitting in position, it becomes less attractive to 4-bet, because now we take away the advantage of being in position. So our hand actually has to be very strong, and then we're out of position. We want to 4-bet as much as possible to take away the advantage for our opponent to have position. So here we have king, king, queen, queen. Super interesting. He's holding all the kings and queens, so we're basically checking, trying to take it to showdown. He's betting small now. I'm gonna call once, but it's close. We're holding the ace of clubs, blocking some of his bluffs as well. This guy could have anything though, but I think we're going to fold here. It's such a small size though. Very tempting. So tough for him to have a hand without a queen or a king. Oh no. Yeah, amazing, right? Great play by him. It looked very value heavy, but yeah, he managed to bluff us. Going to c-bet here with the ace of clubs. Next time we'll just call for the stream. Super interesting lead. 10 is not great. He's holding a lot of queen 10, so and he does lead as well, so I have to let it go here. Yeah, he got us good, he got us good. We have to defend quite a big part of our range there, but our range is so strong. Like, aces is not that exactly the minimum of our hands, but we have so many aces there. So I think it's okay to fold that one, but yeah, for sure it's close. And this is interesting as well. Continue bluffing. What is a good hand or range preflop at PLO? Yeah, we need better questions, We're going to turn this hand into a bluff. People mostly betting with their full houses, 6-8. So they leave their checking range very vulnerable. No Name is saying you mentioned you don't like the trajectory of poker into the future. For how many more years do you think it will be possible to make 100k USD playing poker? I mean, until the end of time for sure. Especially live, there will be so many opportunities. America is opening back up. But I just think a lot of people, they settle for a mediocre salary in poker while they could be earning a lot of money in other ways. Check on this board, quick bet from Supersonic Wins. I'm gonna peel once. Same here. We have a pair and an open ender. Easy fold now. Happy New Year, Vinny Vidi from Sanat Nageli. Thank you for tuning in. During your career, did you think about giving up? No, not really. Once the numbers are right and my database was showing that I should be a winning player, even though I went on an incredibly big downswing at the start of my career, I never really thought about quitting poker because it was quite obvious that I was on the right path, but I was just running pretty bad. But if you have nothing to show for it, then yeah, it becomes a bit tougher, and it's probably better to quit poker if you don't have a database that is showing that you should be winning. Okay, we're losing some money. We got bluffed by this guy. I think we check here actually. Bet small. A little bit bigger. $10-9. That's a courageous man. That's a courageous man. Beanie Man is deserving of the orange tag. This guy too. It's looking pretty good, these games. Still hard to beat high rake, but we have a ton of strong hands here in the small blind. So we can start leading 4-way. Laat hem watje. Oké. Is goed. Later. Pot bet here on the river. This guy is flat calling ace king 10 from the small blind. I would advise not to do it. Leading with the ace king 5-5. Plenty of turns that we can bluff. Could also go for the check raise, check call even against the small size. Against these small sizes you have to defend so wide. I'm blocking all of his draws. It's terrible, but river to 8, I'm getting milked. Crazy grinder in the chat. I've played some absolutely sick hands with this guy. 5 card this year. How are you doing, buddy? Tempting to steal this guy's big blind, but this is just not good enough. Food is on its way. I thought about the Monty Hall problem. At the end of the session, you want to hear the solution and give me a feedback. I'm not sure what the Monty Hall solution is. Let's see, the Monty Hall problem. Ah, that one, the game show. The game show one. But you want me to let you know the answer, or do you have a theory yourself? Would love to do something here, but his range is just too strong, too tight. Going to 3-bet here. this guy is super tight, so he does show up with a lot of aces here. We block one ace, which eliminates quite a few combos. And the likely outcome is him folding and him calling, which is exactly what we want to be in a pot with the fun player. Going to c-bet here. The only hand we lose against is king. I think checking and then betting is fine. He should not have many full houses here. Against this size I'm not folding, but not too sure what he's wrapping here. Yeah, king 7. Okay. That's an unfortunate turn. Here we'll check again. On the river we bet for value. True Bluffer is asking, really gonna do 24 hours? No, not at all. not sure who came up with that idea. It's close for sure. See how we're doing. So we lost the big one. Still doing okay. This guy we're gonna fold against. This guy we're going to 3-bet. Against the tight range, I think we can fold here actually. To raise it up. Ace queen 10-9, quite a nice combo. Still cool to get a couple of folds as well. I think I can see bet here. We have the queen, the ace of spades. Same here, we have the king of spades, we have a club. It will generate more folds. Okay, it's time for some big pots. What's a good VPIP in Omaha? I'm probably VPIPing a couple of hands too wide, so 30 would be a nice thing to aim for. 28 maybe. Especially in lineups where people are less skilled than you are. Oh, this is a great question. What's up there? Can you name top 5 habits for poker players which will be mostly useful in our honorable journey building career at poker? Thanks a lot for your streams, by the way. Crazy hopped into the Zoom pool to play a couple of hands with us. For sure he's going to try to pull some crazy bluffs. Just because he can. Continue betting here. And here I think our opponent has a lot of queen-ish hands. Yeah, 27-18 is fair. I don't think VPIPing a couple of percent more or less is going to impact your win rate hugely. Here we use this hand as a bluff. With the king, a club, on 5-6 we can start bluffing. Overlimp this hand. If we get 3-bet after raising, it's gonna be quite tough to play. I think we can use this one as a bluff. We have the club, we have the kings. Let's get those 4K subs. Yes, we're close to 4K. Let me see, 399, okay, 3.99. The viewers are slowly dwindling. I guess everyone's getting ready for New Year's Eve. Ooh. Guess these cash drops get bigger sometimes as well. This hand terrible as a check call, so take it as a bluff. Hanio is saying hi. Let's see, we've been grinding for almost... okay, nice sizing. He can reopen the action now. We're calling for the stream, but if he reopens we have to fold. He's doing this with every hand, so it's probably close. He does have the aces this time. Okay. Ooh. Order the fan favorite. Oof. Okay, we're going to eat some food, play some poker, see how many people are online after that. And then I'm gonna celebrate New Year's Eve. Starting off with a baoban, robalo with fish. A plus this one. A plus. Super quick bet. Expecting a very strong hand there. Okay, heading over to some crunchy spring rolls. Oh, jongens toch. Less crunchy today. Okay. Betting slightly bigger here to put maximum pressure on his holdings. Spring rolls slightly less crunchy today. Wake up with the double suited aces. Bada boom. Purple name. He might be a streamer as well. I guess so, yeah. Okay. This is us times 2. Okay, pot bet. Interesting size. Going to check raise. Not sure which sizing I should be using, but this one seems to be okay. Would be nice if he gets it in, huh? We're looking to play some big pots, but it has been steady grind instead. Okay, we're all in. $600. Wow. Bottom set. Not saying it's bad, but we could be in terrible shape there. Yeah, that's how we do it, huh? That's how we do it. Stumpo King. Interesting line. Stay away from the betting lines was what I was trying to teach everyone, so. Tempting to check back. But if he does have a 7, we want to bet for three streets. My desk is a fucking mess. Okay. Gonna go ahead and fold my 10 high flush. Quick 3-bet. We're calling not the best of flops. I think we can safely fold. Hey Fidifidi, I just struck out with the first 2 people I asked for your number, and then I see you streaming. Would you like to come on the GTO Lab podcast sometimes? Yeah, somebody reached out to me. I'll tell him that it's okay to forward my number and we can talk about it. Probably not, but I'll consider it. Okay, now we're going for the main act, which is the green curry. Which is the green curry. I'm guessing. Okay. This is for the viewers. Let's try not to spill it on my keyboard, and we just dump in the rice that goes along with it. Perfect grind food. Forgot to get the spoon. We're opening this as a bluff against the tight opponent. See you betting with air, but we block a couple of hands. Don't think I'm supposed to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Oof. We're supposed to fold here, but I'm gonna call for the stream. It's a perfect, not perfect flop, but good enough to stack off. Come on, hit me. Hit me. No. Jesus, it's such a mess. Okay. Couldn't stream without my good old friend Coke Zero. And here we're holding both the ace and the king of diamonds, so I think betting small is nice. Ace is double suited. Ooh, very spicy. Okay. We'll get a shot at redemption. Oof. Okay, big bet. Can be trappy when short, weird bluffs. I think we're just gonna call and then stack it off. Whenever you have a redraw, you kind of wanna pile in the money, and then whenever I have 9-10, I can just flat call. So yeah, we're gonna wait a couple of seconds. something to say to flat call this hand, but I think he just has 9-10 a lot and we want to get the money in. Wow, 70%, huh? Ooh, okay. For the stream, boys and girls, what day is it today? Oh, it's not my day. It's not my day. I mean, it's hard to say that he misplayed the hand, but to pile in so much money on a naked straight is probably not the way to go. It's great for our expected value though. I'm gonna take questions when I'm done eating. Still wide, but actually this is a bad open. We have two deep stacks here, so I think this hand goes from marginal at best to pretty bad. Okay, I'm getting sucked into a big hand. Don't hit the flop. Snap 4-bet, so our opponent is on the aces most of the time. Flop top set with a gut shot with a double backdoor. Must be nice. He's not happy. Okay, the bigger pots are coming. They are coming. Super close to exploding at the moment. Ooh. Like raising there more than calling. We have a ton of equity, but it's very hard to realize it, so. Do these cash drops get bigger sometimes or no? Going to limp and pray. So cool to limp your double suited aces every now and then as well. That's a decent flop for the ace jack 10 5. Ace queen 6 5. Okay. We should attack this board at a very high frequency. Now we have a straight. No need to bet at all. And we take showdown. Hopefully. Jack 10. Fair. That's fair. Check raise is an option. Betting is an option too. This river, I think we just want to put bet. It's terrible hands. But we're just gonna open it. Going to try to bluff on a later street. Okay, let's get to the questions. Rooftop Inquiry is saying, I don't even play PLO, but I always enjoy the streams. You're the only PLO player that I watch. Thanks for the stream. Thanks, man. That's very nice. You should definitely consider converting to the dark side of PLO. We have an open 3-bet overcall in the big blind. TMYSC is saying, I myself am a poker grinder and I would like to let you know that not only your approach to the game but also your character have really motivated me along the way. I watched every single hand you streamed. I'm heading off. I wish you a happy new lucky year. Thanks, man. That's I mean, obviously sometimes it might feel like I don't really care about it, but it really is really one of the reasons why I started streaming, to give back to people, to inspire people who are trying to make it in the poker world. Although I have a love-hate relationship with the poker world, I still want everyone who's working hard and who's trying to make a living to have an opportunity to do so. So I appreciate your message, man. Let's get some PLO in GTO Lab, please, from Ron. We'll see. Mikey Bros is saying, hi bro, greetings from Italy, my friend. We're going international. GTO Lab has a very good podcast. They just did one with Ben Tollerine and it was actually a fun watch. That's cool that they had Ben. Oh wait, that's Jeffy in the YouTube chat laughing my ass off. Yes, it's him. Beer? No beer, not yet. After the stream. Not sure what the YouTube policy is on drinking on stream. We might have to get a couple of juices when Victor is hopping on the stream again. What are you eating? Thai? Indian is the nuts. Let's see. Seems to be a wild one, this one. Tempting to overcall, but should just put in a 3-bet for the stream. I'm in it. Kopetsu saying, how was your year? What kind of profit loss are we talking? Going to post my year hopefully tomorrow if everything is working, all my software. Tried to do it earlier today, but I was struggling. Hopefully I'll be able to post it tomorrow. Okay. I think this is just a call. If my kings were more premium, it's potentially a spot where you can fold that. Chinese food, the new GTO meta for PLO. Well, I'm almost exploding. So I don't think so. Oh, Jesus Christ, I had so much food. Stuffing yourself, definitely not GTO. Indian is the most, definitely the GTO choice. Okay, I think we're heading into the last hour of the stream. Let's try and win a couple of big pots. I'll show you guys the graph. Show you what we're working with. We got kind of lucky with the king, king, 4, 5 double suited. I think you see that one here. No, wait. This is the straight with the redraw. Jesus Christ. 1.5 buy-in or something in EV. Yeah, it's fun when you play deep stacked. People can make mistakes that are very, very big. Okay, super undercover straight. I think most of the time we're betting and sometimes we're check raising. Okay. Seven four. I mean, impossible that my opponent has 7-4 with a redraw. Didn't give me the opportunity. Okay. Okay, yeah, super interesting and weird line. I guess a lot of people are watching the stream, huh? I'm not sure. Obviously it feels very tight to fold here, but I think he's so strong, out of position. Big no-no, GTO probably, but Gabriel Brainer is saying, come to Brazil, Venividi, I will give you the best party of your life. Well, I have been to Brazil and I already had one of the best parties of my life there, so it's a big it's a big promise. It's a big promise. Let's see. 1 USD is 620 BRL. Yeah, it's pretty cheap for tourists to go to Brazil nowadays. Well, I mean, I guess bluff this one. It's not. We're not really betting for value. Open 3-bet. Bill once and fold. Nino is saying Super Bock. Yes, that's the bear of choice here. I'll see if I can find one a little bit later. Oof, super bluff combo. Bunker loves these kind of hands. This guy loves to play fast as well. Okay. It's time for the bluff. It's time for the bluff. Woo! Representing a check back flush or jack 10 with a club. It's in the tank. In the tank. Yes, 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 yes. It's a fold. Jiri is saying superstar of PLO. Of course they're watching. You have a couple of bigger superstars, but I guess none of them stream. Bentelorine, PLO Labs. I met him in the Bahamas. Super nice guy. Not very talkative, so interesting to see him on the podcast. Spade is going to be our aggressive card today. So we would do this with Queen 8, with a nut flush, maybe. Not sure. Guess most of the pool is not really used to seeing a lot of river aggression like this. What's going on? People keep calling with hands that don't beat my bluff. Holy shit! I mean, yeah, he made the right read. Yeah. Jesus Christ! That's the second time this session. I guess people just don't want to be bluffed on the stream, or I don't know. Okay, Ben on the podcast. Definitely gonna watch that one at some point. Okay. This is interesting. 75. Makes it 99. So that he can reopen. 98 just to make sure. 96. 96.66. Okay, fair enough. He's still very wide. We're getting the big pot that we asked for. Oof, 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 oof. We're in position, so we can actually check back and control this pot. It's a pretty bad flop for us. Open here. That's a very interesting turn. Going to bet for value here. Can still call tens. We're blocking the eights. Unfortunately, we need some protection. Would be surprising to see a check raise here. Okay. Fair enough. Ben Tollerine obviously crushing the PLO high rollers. Probably best no limit hold'em and PLO specialist combined ever. Take it down. I think you should bluff a hand like this. It's good to make a note when people don't find the bluff there and potentially let go of a couple of your bluff catchers. Good one reached PLO 1K today without solver work or trainer like vision. I'm sure there's people that do it, but you would be making your own life very tough without a good reason. Like, why not use the material that's out there? Grab some of the things you can learn from a solver and then combine it with the sheer talent or creativity that you want to put on the tables. Yes, Matt, agree. Give some hope, though studying, of course, smarter. ASMR for the win. It's not an open this hand, but I guess this. Going to check again and bet the river. Not this river. Yes, Ben said he went on the podcast because he enjoyed the other episodes. I'd say give one a watch and maybe you decide to do one too. Didn't the new year come to me? No, we're celebrating New Year's in 3.5 hours. GTO Fish is saying, why do you think there isn't yet an alternative to GG that offers minimal rake? Wouldn't that instantly attract all the players of the market? No, of course it wouldn't. People who don't care about winning money, they don't care about rake that much. Obviously GG Poker has so much money coming in every month. They can spend infinite money on marketing and that kind of stuff. So the market isn't always as logical as you would think it would be. Coin Poker though is Trying hard though. I think it's the only network that has a decent shot. PokerStar's kind of empty. All the other networks don't seem to have a competitive edge on GG Poker at all. Sanity, raising with bluff for value. Yeah, we're deep, we can be really sticky on the button. Good shot to the nuts is worth a lot, but I can probably let that one go. Do you think it's possible we will see a network with zero rake with the help of crypto in the near future? It could decentralize poker as well and allow rake-free games theoretically. In theory it's a great idea, but I think the huge incentive that networks have now to capture the poker market is going to outcompete a decentralized platform. I mean, obviously, we would all like to live in a world where we can play poker decentralized, and instead of rake, it's just a zero rake game. But oftentimes there's a reason why there's a third party involved, so not anytime soon. How much rake have you paid so far? I bet it's about 1500-1600 with your VPIP. My VPIP is higher than usual, and I think 12 would be the norm. So you can add 20% to that, so it's like 14.4. Congratulations guys, I've been writing to you since 2:25, he's in the future. Hanging out in the future. But yeah, this hand is not a raise, but it has the qualities we're looking for in a 3-bet hand. This guy seems to be a bit of a loose cannon. Here we size bigger, usually somewhere between 50 and 75%. With this hand we're unblocking all the draws, all the pairs, so I don't mind sizing up. And on the river we're just gonna bet for the amount of the pot. We get a quick call. Wow, 6-5, that's oof, I'm not sure if that's what you're supposed to do there. Okay, with the ace, I bet small for value. It sucks because we're blocking ace queen, so I wouldn't mind checking back. I'm fighting a bluff. And he snap called as well, with the straight. So we're trailing to have a very decent session. It's such a weird feeling, like everything I touch turns into gold. It's been an incredible, phenomenal year. Wouldn't change anything about it. Ebbe. Can hero call. I love to turn these hands into a bluff, but why the hell not for the stream? Doesn't work the way we would like it to work. We still have 30%, so that's why I like it. We're out of position. The smaller size I interpreted as not super strong, but turns out that he has the nuts. So definitely not always true. Yeah, small bet. I think we raise it. We block the aces. We don't block the kings. It's definitely thin. GG just pumps so much into promotions, and their software is so good it definitely attracts many recreationals. They have by quite a big margin the best software, so in order to compete with them, Coin Poker would need better software, but I think they're working pretty hard on it. So it's something that's coming. Why not? Beanie Man is in there. This is not a winning complete against the solver. Tempting to do something, but this is for the stream. We're blocking an ace. People c-bet blindly on a board like that. So every now and then we want to check raise, put some pressure there. It wasn't the best combo. Limp call. No auto folding. Almost did it. Imagine auto folding and then everyone limps. Would be such a huge mistake. Let's see what happens in this pot. Wow, well, usually when people bet on a board that they're not supposed to bet on, they're strong. I think he should be checking 100% of his hands. We're blocking 7-8, so he has more air, but if he continues betting, it's very, very tough situation. Oof. Going to make a hero fold here. Feels very dirty, but yeah, sometimes we check here. mostly betting here, flat calling with a lower full house. And this is super weird, huh? I want to raise, but maybe raise smaller. I'm completely lost at the mid stakes. Yeah, weird hand. I mean, hard to get value from something other than a flush with a couple of blockers, but this hand kind of made sense, I guess. We have the tens with ace and king, which is very important. We're blocking his aces and kings, and those count as outs as well, so just ready to call. Check 9. 6-4 hand, yeah, I don't know. Stab with a heart. I sent you $10. If you stay playing through 12 o'clock, you'll have to come with a better offer than that. You'll have to come with a way better offer. Happy New Year, best Pirlo guy Dirk. I will start playing again. It's not really the influence I want to have on people, but hopefully you learned a thing or two from my sessions. You can have the best software in the world, but without the traffic and many fun players, you're not gonna make it. That's true. I have the same problem. Apart from everything I touch turns into shit. Well, stop touching things then, huh? That's my advice. Queens. Cash drop $40. Okay, baby. I think that people are in general a little bit too tight. Limp. I think against these limping ranges I can raise. SPR, booking the queen. Oh, that's nice, a little fold. It's nice. Here we're going to check raise on the right hand table. Quick follow up. Okay, pray for the fold with me, huh? Maybe he missed his hand. Oh, quick call with naked ace. That's crazy, huh? He had great equity against my hand, but I was gonna Got a fold on a lot of rivers there. Going to lead. Stars really messed it up at the beginning of the year when their promotions changed and they totally killed PLO 200, PLO 500. Can you explain to us what happened? What did they have on the turn? It's a very they got shots, but still very close. This board we actually see bet out of position. I think we can bluff there. Okay, let's see. Streaming for 6 hours now. I'll make it 7 and then I'll head over to my New Year's Eve party. Not sure what to do on the turn. Okay, so here we're pot betting because we're only betting 6s, 3s, so it's a very thin range. So we want to use a big size. And then on this river we're going to continue. We get the call. It's a pretty bad spot. Flick out the aces. Okay, so this is a funny one. So we can use all sorts of c-bet sizes on this board. Pot bet being one of them. So here we have top set and we have no backup at all. Sometimes I like to pot bet it together with some bluffs. We get it in very good against a very questionable holding. Get a break. It's hopeful. Let's call it hopeful. Yeah, this pool doesn't seem too strong, but still it's very hard to overcome high rake. Calling. Badaboom is a fun player too. Cool Spieler is saying, is the river peel on GG Poker annoying to you every time you are all in? It's quite exciting actually. I'm not sure if I truly like it, but it's very exciting to peel the card. They do such a good job of making it exciting to play on the network. Miko219 is saying, Happy New Year everyone. Same to you. Dirk, what were the major challenges you faced while rising up through the stakes? Thank you and God bless. The biggest challenge was at the start of my career, going 1 million under EV. I guess going broke at 19, that was the biggest challenge. Then getting a staking deal, going 1 million under EV, and also along the way having to explain to your friends and family that you are a good poker player, you're supposed to win money, but you are not winning money because you're being unlucky. At some point you see the reaction of people changing, and obviously this is something I was feeling, so maybe they were not feeling it, but it felt like people were starting to doubt the fact if I was a winning poker player or not, which is understandable if you're broke after 1.5 years of playing professionally. So that was my biggest challenge. The Galfond challenge, for instance, not winning against Gelfond. I mean, obviously super sour after winning 1 million and then losing it by a couple of dollars. But I was in such a better place in my life at that moment that it was very easy to move on from that compared to the challenges that I had before. I think that's one of the reasons why I'm very good at handling downswings and swings in general. Supersonic. We have two players that are very good for the game here. Probably a fault. It's a call with the backdoor flush draw, not flush draw, but obviously not super excited. Likely to have the best hand now. Come to bet small. Target kings. 4-3 deuce deuce. All in or fold, I will check if we have a table that we can play. Okay. We lead, we get raised. It's kind of close, like calling and stacking off on a safe turn. He's a fun player though, so maybe he just stacks off way too wide there. Wow, raised with the 8s, huh? Has moves, this guy. So here, yes, we can 3-bet, but there's a fun player in the big blind, so 3-betting is pretty bad, I think. I think we want to raise here. Just get your money in with a lot of equity. He's also got a draw. Still struggling here in the three-way pots. Not entirely sure what I should be doing. Is king king, what a hand. Here we see bet, probably see bet 100% of our range. So the 6-6-4-4 is kind of nice because both the 6 and the 4 are clean out. Could probably bet again, given how much strong hands we have there, but very hard to have enough bluffs there, so you can basically put in a couple of super air hands. I need to put myself on the waiting list for push or fold. Games are not looking good at all. Yeah, this is not a good table. I'll see if I can join one where I'm not losing too much money. Let's see if I can put it here. Going to spend my winnings in one hand. Or win, we have to stay positive. This guy is instantly sitting out. So I guess we'll have to leave the table. This is a hand we can bet for value one time. So sometimes we're betting the turn, sometimes we're betting the river. This time we use it as a bluff catcher. Keeping the air of our opponent in the hand is a very important way to make money. We get another shot at all in or fold. I guess lots of Monster Energy or Coke were consumed tonight. Not too crazy, but just about enough. Thanks for the play and explain this stream. I would love if you did this more. Happy New Year. Depends on the action. If I have good action in the private games, I prefer to stream those games, but if the action is slow, I can throw in a little play and explain every now and then. Spade, that's my aggressive card. We have a bottom set here. We get the call. 77%, 100%. What is this guy doing? We have the ace of spades. Feels like a fold, but we want him to have the ace of spades. It's close. Don't know the right answer there. We have an easy fold. I think with the queens and the 10 and the 8, I can actually pot bet for value. Yeah, obviously we're blocking the ace and the king, which is not great, but I think we want to bet there most of the time. Player count is going up a little bit again. I guess because everyone loves a little gamble. Is it possible for the average reg to break even in the Zoom pool and realize your profit from rakeback and the leaderboard? I think that's how most of the people do it. Very close. Start with a limp here. This is probably not an all-in, but I want him to call now. Yeah, it's probably better we're throwing to the nuts. So 37%, 91. We're running Hutski and we are going to milk our opponent with a min bet. Cash drop. Just 20. Fuck. I folded here, which is a mistake. See, it's dangerous to play so many tables. I think this is an all-in. Going to use this bottom set as a check back. Against this size, I'm going to raise. River the quads. Going for max value. I like my line there. Look at me being content with my play. They introduced programs Poker Select and Poker Select Plus for rags with 50 to 100k rake for last year for 50 and 60% rake back, but they did not manage to inform the rags. There was zero information received. I have to play this hand. In the client and it looked like you don't have rakeback. The rakeback was given daily and you could not see it when you have big bank. I wrote them emails. Okay, I'm gonna 3-bet this hand. I think we can start bluffing here. Most of the strong hands would have bet already. We have air. And if he checked, we would continue bluffing, but he didn't. Here we have a big hand. Obviously he has something from that position. 56%, 35. Don't hit. Yeah, we want to get this guy into the pot. Zumpo was gone, and also normal tables in PLO 500. Now there is only 100 PLO. Yeah, they seem to be not doing great poker-wise. We're all in. 85%. Can you explain the reasoning behind opening smaller at smaller stack sizes? Are you just trying to lose less when you get a 3-bet and have to fold? Opening smaller allows you to play more hands, so yes, that's kind of the logic. It's more tempting for other people to 3-bet you when you put more money in pre-flop. Two pair. Oof. Going to call, but oh, super dead. It's probably close, especially against this guy. And let's see. I'm going to fold this. This is gonna be a fun one. I'm going to raise top 2 with a good shot. He calls. Oh, okay. We're going to put in all our money. These pots are huge, in terms of big blinds. 2 SPR, double gutter. Should be okay. Goes all in. We're in pretty good shape for somebody who shoved very quickly. Of course, we're going to run it once and see if our winnings evaporate or we finish the stream in a big way. What day is today? It's my day. It's my day. $1,800 pot. It's 9 buy-ins. I mean, obviously the dollar value is not crazy, but it's a very decent hand to win. Terrorizing the mid stakes. So tough to play out of position when you're very deep stacked. Gold rush continues. The only thing missing is a big tournament win in one of the high rollers, but I have a good feeling about it next year. Estimate hand. Pot lead. I think I'm gonna float one time. Usually it's pretty strong, but okay, aces, we're drawing. Oof. Pretty tempting to bluff this hand. Maybe do it with a weaker king. Can't always do it, so check, 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 check. I think my opponent should try and find the bluff there. So very interesting 3-bet. double gutter. That played the big one, so he's strong now. Wow, 8. And that's only for this guy. Very strong hand here in the big blind. Love some all-in or full action, yeah. Everyone seems to love it. Turn off the remove chips on all-in or fold. Nah, it's pretty bad, I think, to leave the chips on the table. Relatively easy call. Okay. Not running bad. Obviously very, how do you say? Hard to know that we have a strong hand here. I think I want to bet an amount where my opponent can reopen the action. Not sure here. Back. One third would have been okay as well. Full house alert. Hard to get a call, but who knows. Oof. Get an all in even. With a big stack. He must have a 3, no? Yeah. Okay. We have the nuts. Just bet big pre has a fucking ace. I don't know. It's almost impossible to have a bluff here, but maybe we can turn 3-8 king into a bluff. Who knows? Sucks now that we blocked the 8, but we'll just go for the max. He folds quickly. Queen, deuce is good enough to call. Beanie man. Oh boy, 38%, okay. Didn't get there, but happy with the hands. Is it because of the all-in or fold that everyone is joining, or? If I knew that before, I would happily cater to all of you fucking degenerates. I mean, a sudden peak in viewership. I guess people do enjoy it. I think we have an easy fold there. Yo, happy new year guys. Hopefully you guys have better weather than we do. Raining like crazy. Yeah, that really sucks. I hate when it rains and it's cold at the same time. I don't think we can bluff here. For the stream, is there a scenario in PLO tournaments where you fold aces pre-flop? Yes, for sure, around the bubble. In very heavy cases of ICM pressure, you need 20% more equity, which is tough, even with aces. I think this guy is the like the best guy at the table, and he's not taking his stack away, so that's interesting. Going to check call here. We have the nuts, but check raising. Against this size though. I like check calling more, I think. Okay, we're going to call. Never lie, he's fucking tight though, but I don't think we can fold. And here we call again. 9-8 we're blocking as well, so obviously 6-10, 10 jack are higher in absolute value. But here we're blocking his showdown. Really sucks that people underbluff this spot with the 9-8 though. I think this particular combo should be a call. And let's show up with the bluff. Jesus Christ, the mid-stakes crusher. That's unbelievable. Nice little upswing at the end. Hang in there, bro. Happy New Year 2025 gonna be big. Well, probably less big in terms of poker results. It's going to be basically impossible to have a year as good as the last year I had. We can bet on the turn sometimes, also bet on the river. He's gonna bet his flushes and then leave his checking range somewhat weak. There go 3 max with bowling, all in or fold 100, 200. Yes, that's what we're doing. Show all in or fold all-time graph. Okay, we'll do that at the end of the session. A little teaser. A little teaser for you guys. End of the session is in roughly 30 minutes. Bang, bang, bang. All in or fold Mad Me. I'm the one who came up with the design. Any idea of an all-in or mold fold? But I got scammed by Elkish. What the fuck is the story about? I'm going to check, call this one. Elkish friend, it's out of the blue, but I'm so upset anyway. I wanted to let you know this happened. Well, I don't think anyone knows what exactly happens. Checking is not gonna win me the pot. We have the spade, so we're going to go for a little bluffski. Sometimes you have to be creative in finding your bluffs. I'm watching inclined, the all-in or full table, you earned losing. Ooh. Sometimes reading the chat can be expensive. Yeah, we're just gonna fire big twice. You can have the same hand, but obviously 8-9 is very prevalent in this range. You have to be so creative. Going to call, it's close. Yeah. It's a close one. I don't think I should be folding there that often, but yeah. Here we open into two tight opponents. Holding an ace is nice. Using this as a bluff is also a viable strategy. Spade is my aggressive card. Where are my bluffs going to come from? I mean, not sure, so this hand seems to be a good one. Putting a lot of hands of his in a very tough spot, I think. I can do it with 9-8 still. Of course, the line is a little bit... I mean, it's hard to wrap hand there after checking back, but we should have a couple. Do 2-3 tables of all in a fold for the last 10 minutes of the stream. You run pure true. We're all degens, laughing my ass off. The guy is saying he invented all in a fold. Probably c-betting here is fine. Going to check this one. What's my note? Can use naked blockers for a bluff. Bada boom, bada bing. Now you know. Now you know, sir. Congratulations. Going to bet here. I mean, do people bluff here like this? I don't know. Calling. I don't have bluffs here, so betting this size. He does have bluffs. Okay, that's cool. Made a big hero fold. Oh, good friend, bada boom, bada bang. But this hand, I guess it's a mix or something. Yeah, I love to bet super small. We have the whole board on the lockdown. I think we can fold. It's quite tight. So we allow our opponent to make a call with a naked flush draw or low to pair. Okay, we bet here. King 9. Such terrible marginal spots. I have the ace of hearts, so I can still wrap the flush. People don't have enough bluffs there. My role model, Vinny VD, I'm always watch live streaming and learn a lot. I'm not gay, but I love you. Thank you, sir, for the appreciation. Not sure what to do here. Oof, that's bad news. That's a weird spot. Might be a big mistake. How many jackpot winnings do you have? I have 0 jackpot winnings. Actually, whenever you're playing, like, winning the jackpots is quite important. So, whenever you have a backdoor royal flush draw or front door, you should shove the hand way wider. It's probably pretty bad to play it minimized like this. I mean, obviously I haven't been practicing this game at all, so I'll be making plenty of mistakes. He has 0 and watching in-game if you're talking about all-in or full jackpots. Is aces plus nut flush draw always an all-in on the flop? I would think so, yes. Sounds pretty strong. Bro, you should maybe give a disclaimer to viewers that all-in or fold is horrible and the rake is insane for the degen viewers that will see you winning now and try it. All-in or fold is a game that is barely beatable. So you shouldn't play it to win, you should only play it for fun and with money that you can afford to lose. I like this hand as a check raise. Now it's becoming a tough one. Check calling is not great, so now we're going to act like we still have a straight, bet it's small. He'll have some folds. I'm blocking all the pairs, all the sets, so I'm pretty confident that he would fold those. Okay. I don't think I'm up all in a fold. I will check it, but I think we can squeeze here. Talking about marginal. If you get another caller, we're completely dead. 25%, that's quite a lot actually. We had a double straight flush draw. I guess he was blocking one of my outs. Okay. All in or fold. Here we check fold. If he checks, we are going to bluff the river. All in or fold, where can I find it? Here. Last 24 hours. Okay, I'm still up, but this oftentimes is not accurate. So, allegedly up. This is not a game you can win at. But obviously, it's fun to play. Cyber brokers, Jesus, this guy is so fucking tight. Maybe we should not raise, but I guess for the stream we want some action. And then against his 4-bet, we're gonna fold his hand. I think it's worse to call that hand than the Ace Jack 10 deuce. Disclaimer to viewers, all in or fold is the best way to make money in poker. I mean, I'm giving so many disclaimers. If you want to make money, it's usually not in a high rake environment, and GG Poker is a very high rake environment. And you can win jackpots, lol. I got you, Vinny. Some humor in the chat, I like it. I like it. How do you play 1, 2 and 500, 100k entities at the same time, boss? I mean, yeah, obviously I'm trying to entertain people. If it was not on stream, I couldn't be able to play these stakes. Watched your Bahamas trip, really enjoyed it. Thank you. Hopefully we'll have daily vlogs in Jeju. One minor lead here. We don't lead much at this stack depth, but still think it works fine in practice. I like to bluff here. We're blocking straights, we're blocking flushes. Nuno is saying please like and subscribe. Yeah, would be nice. Give the stream a little like. Subscribe to the channel. We're wrapping up the stream soon. I'll do an overview of my winnings. We're absolutely killing it on the mid stakes. Here we get a little setup. Set of queens against a set of aces. Fold one time for the stream. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure. If people want to shove hands that still have equity when they're called, like on the paired board, it's probably a bad shove. You probably want to shove flush draws there or something. See, betting this board that hits my range better than his. Can bluff on some runouts, not this one. Not this one. And actually, how long have you been playing for? Since I'm 14, which is 17 years with a 2-year hiatus. It's a fucking long time, huh? Time to hang up my gloves. Should be ahead here. And we're drawing that. Okay, check raising this hand. This one we can shove. Quick call. We're not in terrible shape. Okay, well this is exactly what we wanted. We have 2 pair here. 1 color. We might be okay against 1 color. 35%. This guy is opening nice and wide from under the gun. The kind of player you want to have in your game. When is Jeju? Start of March. Also, did you play any live cash in the Bahamas? Any stories from the cash games there? I think most of the cash games are private nowadays, so it will be hard for me to get into one. Super deep here, so I like a little 3-bet ski. 4 bets, we can still call. Okay. Our last dance. Just imagine. Not what we're looking for, but we might get a check. We're calling here, but okay. Fair enough. Very dangerous flop from my opponent. Decides to tank pot, so I can fold his hand. Okay, I'm going to sit out. Sit out and do a little outro. Okay, showdown. Nuno is saying we passed the 4K subs. You can have another super book for us tonight. I might have more than just one more. Probably call position with a hand like that. Okay, boys and girls, that was the play and explain stream for today. If you enjoy that kind of content, please let me know, and I will be trying to do it a little bit more often, trying to see how we can exploit people at the mid stakes. Obviously, we were running extremely hot today. Wait. Rush and cash, I'm going to show you. So this is the graph for today. Let's see. Pull the chat down a little bit. Okay, so that's 1.7k in EV and 2.3k actual winnings. We still have to deduct the rake. I can ballpark it. $1,750 hands divided by 100 is times the rake, 15 big blinds times the blind. So we have to deduct this number from our winnings, but yeah, obviously we get some rake back. We get our prize in the leaderboards, so a little bit less, but just to give an honest overall overview of our winnings. Transparency is key. Quick look at my results on the all-in or fold for you degenerates. We end up losing in the all-in or fold session. So I advise everyone not to play all-in or fold, just watch me play it on my stream. That's a better battle plan. Thanks everyone for tuning in to this session. It'll be online on YouTube, and Basti will be making a couple of shorts. Happy New Year to everyone. Thanks for tuning in during the year and subbing to my channel. Soon I'll be posting the graphs of this year. It's a record-breaking year. Hope you guys enjoyed watching me play, and I'll see you all in the next year. Ciao, ciao.